wrong with the statement, and that is by now the well-known page 7 didn't fit. What we were then given was a next installment, and that we know as FFF3. Will you have a look at FFF3 with me, please?
Sithe xa sifumana statement sakho sifumana kubameli bakho sababonisa ukuba kukho into engalunganga phaya base basinika esinye ke ngoku esizawuthetha ngaso FFF3.
Judge, may I say something before we go there? Because I want to check the proceedings of the 14th, where my lawyer dealt with both the statements, whether they are still valid or are we starting another process on this matter.
Ubuza loo nto ugeneral ngoku.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't, Chair.
I'll ask, sorry, Mr. Berger, you've heard what the National Commissioner said. Your answer was you didn't. National Commissioner, could you repeat what you said, please? And because I think the query you've raised is one that I can't answer, but maybe Mr. Berger can.
Yes, I'm trying to check whether, because on the 14th, when I started my testimony, my lawyers actually walked us through that. I was looking at the record of this commission also, dealing with both statements of the 12th and of the 7th. He made corrections relating to that, as recorded in this proceedings of this court, of this commission. So I just want to understand whether that correction and the agreement on what the statement is still valid, because we seem to be going back to where we have been.
Well, let me try to answer the question first. My understanding is, obviously, whether it's valid or not is a matter we'd have to decide at the end of the day. You gave evidence, and you corrected what you regard as mistakes in the documents we had, and indicated what you say the correct version, as far as you're concerned, is. Now, my understanding is that Mr. Berger is questioning you about that. He's putting certain propositions to you that he deduces from an analysis of the two documents before the Commission, plus two further documents that he's referring to. And he's putting certain contentions to you as to how he reads the documents and the conclusions that he draws. And he's questioning you about them. So, not a question of what you said no longer being valid. What you said stands on the record as what you said.
That's what I want to know.
He is, however, questioning you about it. He's putting certain contentions to you about it as to how he interprets the documents that we have, plus the two extra documents he's putting before us. And I think that satisfactorily answers the question you asked us. So, when a witness gives evidence, it doesn't become valid just because the witness has given it. It's there, it's on record. At the end of the day, the court or the commission, whatever it is, has to decide whether the evidence can be accepted, which you would say whether it's valid. Well, we haven't reached that stage by a long shot yet. What you've said is on record, but he, as he has the right to do, is questioning you about it because he thinks, what he thinks is relevant. He will contend that there's a particular set of facts that are important, which we have to look at, and he wants to ask you about it. I think that's a correct summary. Is that correct, Mr. Berger?
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Chair.
What's the test your evidence, in effect, on this aspect?
Afuphi nje into ibithethwa apha uCommissioner ubethi nge14 xa eqala ukunqikeza umnqina apha iyachazwa lento abuzwa ngayo ngoku engasibuya umva ubemchazela ke umgcini isihlalo kokuba ewe ikhona loo nto kurecord bayalungisa lento kodwa ke umhlekazi ubheke unegunya lokuba abuze le mbuzo xa ethi yena kukho into ethi zangayiqondisisi apho kuzawuthi egqibeleni ke kube sisigqibo seCommission sokwenziwa kokuba loo nto injalo ikanena injalo na.
I think, Judge, that helps me because I just wanted to know where we're starting. Yes.
We're entitled to know where we're starting, and we're entitled to know in the direction, what direction we're going to.
Okay. You can continue.
General, when the problem with FFF2 was pointed out to your lawyers, we were then given what we know as FFF3. May I ask you to look at that document with me, because I'd like to understand that document. It's an affidavit dated the 12th of March this year.
Masijonge lena ke endithetha ngayo triple F3 ekuthe emveni kokuba sibonise abameli bakho ukuba khonto engalunganga basinika law masijonge le triple F3 lesithetha ngayo ngoku eyenziwa ngedate zomhla ka12 kunyanga kaMarch.
If you give me time, I'll get my document. Okay, I'm with you.
That is an affidavit which you signed in Pretoria on the 12th of March 2013. Do you confirm that?
Yasayinwa nguwe le mhla ka12 uMarch kulo nyaka esikuwo ngoku.
Yes.
Ewe.
And you took an oath when you signed this affidavit?
Yes, I did.
Wafunga xa usayina a statement ewe.
And may we assume that before you took the oath, you read the affidavit and you satisfied yourself that this was the truth and the whole truth?
Siyamkela ke into yokuba phambi kokuba usayine statement wasifunda waqiniseka okokuba siyinyaniso yonke pheleleyo.
I did not read the statement because for me it was the same statement. I was correcting an omission.
Anzange ndisifunde statement ngoba bendilungisa izinto ezithize apho kuso. Bese ndisenzile.
So, did you swear the truth of the statement not having read it?
I saw the truth of the statement because I was correcting a page 7 that I did not sign.
Ubuzwa kokuba ngoku wafungela statement ungasifundanga uthi
I'll ask you a question.
and correct to page 7.
I understand you didn't read the whole statement because you read it before. But page 7 was the crucial one because that wasn't there before, right? Did you, on the 12th, did you read page 7?
On the 12th, I looked at the document. I looked at where I didn't sign and I signed because for me it was the same statement.
But did you
apha
read page 7?
I did not read the contents. I looked at where I didn't sign and I signed.
Andizange ndifunde into ebhalwe apho ndajonga nje apho ndingasayinanga khona ndasayina.
You look at where you didn't sign and you sign. What does that mean? Where did you not sign where you signed on the 12th?
Remember,
Uphi apho busayina ungasayinanga khona.
I submitted a statement on the 7th.
Khumbula nge7 ndanikeza
And the
statement.
statement I submitted on the 7th, I was the only one who missed to sign page 7.
Kwaba ndim ke endingamsayinanga upage 7 waloso statement.
Sorry to interrupt you. When you say sign, I think you mean initial because
That's the initial, yes.
At the end of the document,
Yes.
you signed your full signature.
Initial, yes.
As far as the pages were concerned, before that, you simply initialed them.
Yes.
Now, when you say you didn't sign page 7, I take it you mean you didn't initial page 7.
Yes.
Well, we know you didn't because
That's what I mean.
Exhibit triple F2A
Yes.
doesn't contain your initial on page 7.
In fact,
Chaza ugeneral okokuba wayengafakanga initials zakhe phaya ku page 7 wazifaka ngalo mini.
if I may just step back, you gave me a document yesterday where I was the only one who signed and I had omitted page 7. On the 7th, it was the D-Day of my submission of the statement. And the commission was putting a lot of pressure. My lawyer said to me, send your statement because it wasn't as yet commissioned. I said, it's not yet commissioned, I must still go to the commissioner. So the statement that you circulated yesterday, you would note that it's the same statement as the one that is commissioned. But I needed to say to the commission, I am not lying when I say there's a statement. They needed to see that. And I'm sure my lawyers can sort out that because they submit the documents. I submitted that to them.
Kwayabangwa ucindezelo lwalukhona ngokuba istatement esasifuze sigene
On the same
ngomhla
day,
ka7.
I went to the commissioner to say, Commissioner, this statement needs to be commissioned. And you'd notice that those statements are identical. He then commissioned the statement.
Abese ndisiya ke kulo othathisa izifungo nambona okokuba ese statement asisayinwanga okokuba sifungelwe.
The same commission statement was then submitted to the the lawyers for the commission.
Abese sisayina ke ulo othathisa izifungo sabese sithunyelwa kubameli.
Then information comes on the 12th to say there's a page you did not sign.
Wathi ke nge12 kwazovela lento okokuba kukho ikhasi elithize endingalisayinanga.
I'm given a statement which I thought is the same statement that I submitted.
Ndanikwa i-statement endandicinga uba siso lesiya endandisayinile.
I then initial and sign
Ifaka ke i-initials apho
with the
ndasayina
commissioner.
ne-commission.
I do submit that I didn't read it because I thought it is the statement that I've read and the contents of which I know.
Aze lo ke ndinikeza ukuba andizange ndisasifunda ngelo xesha ngoba ndicinga uba sesiya ndisenzile ndisaziyo.
And then when we came here, I said to my lawyer, there is a discrepancy between what I consider to be my statement and the one that has been submitted because that was a draft.
Theke xa ndifika apha ndisendibona le nto kokuba kukhona imbambano apha
And then we
ndayixelela
corrected
iloya yam
that.
yayilungisa ke loo nto.
General, I don't begin to understand your explanation. It may be a function of my ignorance. But let me go slowly so that I can follow the debate.
Andisiva kakuhle statements.
I want-
Before you do that, can I ask a question, something that's been puzzling me since yesterday?
Ndibuze lo mbuzo kusho umgcini-sihlalo.
National Commissioner, presumably there must have been a page 7 originally, which correctly reflected in full what you said. And we haven't got it, but we can reconstruct it. If you look at the documents with me, I think you'll follow me.
Mandithi kwi-statement wawusenze kuqala wayekhona upage 7 ewe.
Look at page 7 of FF2A, that's the one you were handed by Mr. Berger yesterday. And look at page 7 of Exhibit FF3, that's the statement of the 12th of March.
Can we work on the dates, the 12th or and the 13th? Can we do that?
Yeah.
Because my markings are completely.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's the two of the 7th, it's one of the 7th and one of the 12th. The one of the 7th is the one that Mr. Berger handed you, which is FF2A.
Ooh, I have so many.
And the one of the 12th is a FF3. I'm not sure if it's FF or double F, but is it triple F? Okay. Now, if you look at FF2A, it seems clear that the top 2 lines shouldn't be there
Yes.
because they're actually on page 6, the foot of page 6. What's also clear, if one looks at page 8 of FF2A, that some lines are missing
Yes.
because it starts in the middle of a paragraph. And it's quite clear if one looks at the document carefully that what's missing are the 3 lines, the first 3 lines of paragraph 26, which one sees at the foot of page 7 of FF3. Are you with me?
Yes, I'm
So
with
we
you.
can therefore reconstruct
Yes.
what the original page 7 must have said.
Yes.
Xa sizijonga zombili ke zi-statement ziyahlangana esisange-12 nange-7.
When
Phandle
you
kokuthi
read your statement before signing it on the 7th of March,
Yes.
I take it the original, what I call the original page 7, must have been there.
Yes.
Because there's some quite important stuff on page 7.
Yes.
So if you'd read the statement and page 7 hadn't been there at all, I imagine you'd have noticed it because you'd have said, but look, there's important stuff here that's missing. Is that
Definitely.
right? So we can assume that on the 7th of March, you had a copy of your affidavit which contained the original page 7 and you read
Yes.
the whole thing.
Yes.
Is that correct?
It is correct.
usho njalo kokuba kwi-statement sakhe sokuqala wasifunda sonke yonke le nto yayiphelele njengoba isicaca ihlangana kwezi zimbini ngoku.
Something went wrong after that. Somebody seems to have taken out what I call the original page 7 and put in this one we've got, the misfit, as Mr. Berger called it, with the 2 lines at the top that shouldn't be there and 3 lines at the bottom that are missing. Is that correct?
No, that's what I want to correct.
Yiloo nto
I want to
ndifuna
answer
ukuyilungisa. Uthi uchairperson kwase
Well, something happened. I mean,
okokuba kwabakho
let's take it slowly. I don't misunderstand you. I mean,
sithathe kancinci.
the logical thing is, and you agree with this, is the statement you read contained the original page 7. Right.
Yes.
The original page 7 isn't there anymore.
Le ndayifunda iphelele page 7.
So somebody took it away, took it out.
Not
Emva
somebody,
kwexesha
I'll explain
yangabi
that.
khona.
All right, well, you explain.
Yes.
Ichaza ke le nto.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Berger, but I wanted clarity on this before you proceed.
What you have as the statement of the 12th is a draft, and I'm sure the lawyers will explain that. It's a draft, which was presented to me,
Ephaya kwi-date yange-12.
which is the
Kwakuyi
draft I
draft.
had that produced the statement of the 7th. Because when I looked at that draft, I said, this draft, the way we've typed this, that's not how the issues are. I corrected it.
Yayenziwe nge-12 idraft yakhona.
But you're not answering my question. You tell us you read on the 7th
I did.
a statement
Yes.
which was correct, which contained the original page 7, which was correct.
Which was not correct.
No, the original page 7 you read
That's
on
why
the
I'm
7th.
saying. Let me explain it, Judge.
Mandiyichaze ngolu hlobo nje.
What you are looking at as triple F what? Of the 12th.
I'm not talking about 12, I'm talking about the 7th.
I want to go there because you'll
All right. Okay.
you'll walk with
Let me not interrupt you. You explain
Yes,
it the way you want.
yes. You have two statements. You have a statement of the 7th. You have a statement of the 12th.
Kwi-statement ezimbini apho sange-7 nengesange-12.
The statement of the 12th is presented to me to sign a missing page.
Saziswa kum ukuba ndizosayina ipage le ibingekho.
But the statement of the 12th is a draft I corrected on the 7th.
Eso statement kwakuyi-draft endandiyilungise ngomhla
On the 7th.
ka-7.
When the lawyer printed a statement for me to sign and correct 7, they give me the original draft that I had corrected.
Xa bendinika ke amaloya le ithayiphe ukuba ndisayine ndabona okokuba yilaa
And
ndandiyilungisile.
this is why I then come and say, it doesn't reflect the statement I submitted finally on the 7th, because I had corrected it.
Yiko ke ndisitsho okokuba akusi-statement lesi ndandisilungisile.
So they gave us a draft, not my final statement.
Bandinika idraft hayi le besindisibhale ekugqibeleni.
And I thought I was signing my final statement.
Xa ndisayina ke bendicinga okokuba sesi ndisilungisileyo.
And the shift happens because I have corrected the draft.
Yenzeka le nto ngoba li draft yokuqala ndandiyilungisile.
I'm afraid I don't understand what
Let
you
me
say.
try again.
You say, but all right,
I'll
try
try
again, and
again.
then Mr. Berger can ask you further questions.
I'll try
Presumably, I'll get there eventually, but you must be patient with me.
Maybe let me try again, because I can also bring my laptops to show you the migration of this document, and your laptop experts can look at the migration of my statement.
Xa nobunzima ndingazisa
Because
ne-laptop
that will then
bayijonge
maybe just
abanamava.
take out this mendacious sort of sense that I'm
I don't think it would be necessary to get laptop expert. You just explain it to me, and let me do my best to understand. I'm sorry, probably everybody else understands. It's just my slowness of understanding. But if you're patient with me, I'll get there eventually.
Akunawudingeka i-laptop.
I did
Ndichazele.
a statement, and I can take you through a migration. My pencil notes, my typed notes, my formatting, my final statement, engaging to say you forgot to put in that, and then we factor in whatever we factor in. And on the 7th, when I sat there and looked at this draft that was submitted on the 12th ultimately as the final statement, erroneously for me to sign, I corrected this to give you what was on the 7th. And it's
And
probably during that correction that this problem happens. But then when I sent in the statement, I omit to sign a page 7. To correct that, I'm given a fresh document to say, sign this document and get it commissioned so that you have all the pages signed. But I signed the draft instead of the corrected version of the draft. That's what you are having here.
Yiloo nto yenzeka ke uthi unazo zonke ezi zincwadi apha bebhale khona ngesandla phambi kokuba iyothayiphiwa yonke le nto uthe ke eselungise yonke le nto sebayithayphile bazizisa kuye kukhona ipage engasayinanga wasayina lo
Mr. Berger,
7
before you
wale
can proceed,
iyolungiswa.
Advocate Hemorrhage wants to ask a question.
General, the statement that's signed at the 12th,
Yes.
you say that that is the unsigned statement that was given to you as a draft.
That was the draft I corrected on the 7th.
Yes.
And when I corrected the draft on the 7th, I think that's where all these things shift.
So the statement that you have that signed the 12th was the draft
Was
that
the
you were
original
given.
draft that I corrected
That
to
you then
produce the 7th. That's why on the 14th, we corrected the very draft to take it to the version of the 7th.
Chaza ngolo hlobo ke ugeneral kokuba wathi xa enikwe statement esisayiniwe wasisa kwabonakala kokuba kukho apho kungasayinwanga khona wasilungisa bathe xa besilungisa besibuyisa waphinde wasayina sona lesi ngaphandle kokuba sifunde okokuba sesilungisiwe.
Thank you.
See, Mr. Berger, I'm sorry I interrupted you.
Olisa kumhlekazi uBerger ngokuphazamisa umqinisihlalo.
General, may we have a look at triple F3, please? That's your affidavit of the 12th of March.
Oh, that's this one.
You told the Commission that you had to initial somewhere or you had to sign somewhere where you hadn't signed or initialed before.
Yes.
Where was that?
Kwakukweliphi ikhasi apho bawungasayinanga khona kwesi statement.
On the statement of the 12th, remember I'm given a fresh document that represents what I had signed on the 8th. I signed everything because the document I had submitted, I was told there is a page that has been omitted. I signed everything with the Commissioner.
Ke-12 ke ngasayina zonke ezo statement ngoba kwakuthiwa kho ipage elithize ndingalisayinanga. Ndasayina zonke.
You signed it, but you didn't read it.
Yes, I've said so.
Sayina kodwa ungasifundanga ewe.
And when the Commissioner then asked you whether this was the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth, raise your right hand and say, so help me God, you swore to it.
It is,
Isisho kanjalo iCommission uba yonke into oyithetha apha inyanzo yonke inyanzo ephelele phakamisandla sakho Thixo ncede kwafunga.
because truly I believed it was the statement that I had signed and it is the truth and it remains the truth.
Ewe ndandikholelwa okokuba sesa statement sami ndisifundile ndisazi ukuba intoni ekuso.
So you swore to the truth of a statement which you didn't read.
Wafungela istatement ongasifundanga.
I have said the statement of the 12th, in my mind, in my understanding, it was the statement I submitted. It was printed for me to just correct an unsigned page.
Ndandikholelwa okokuba sesa statement sami endandisifundile typiwa ndisazi okokuba sinantoni.
Because in that statement, of course, we now find at page 7 the page that we were looking for in triple F2A.
Sifumana into ebekade siyifuna kwesi sinye statement to triple F2A.
I'll say that again because it's important for my argument. In the affidavit of the 12th of March, we now find the missing page from triple F2A.
Kule document ke sifumana le page ibingekho phaya ku triple F2A.
I'm not sure what you mean by that because all I can tell you is that unless somebody writes my statement and swears to say it's the truth, we will talk something else. I say to this commission, what I've presented to this commission is my statement. If you want to put any other thing to me that is yours, it's a very different story altogether.
Awubeka enye into kokuba kho mhlawumbe oye wafaka amazwi athize angewona wami apho. Esi statement ngamazwi ami aphelele ndiyayazi into lapho.
I won't put the question for the third time. I'll argue it off your previous two answers. Can I ask you to read with me page 7 of triple F3, please? This is the affidavit you signed on the 12th.
Sisayine nge-12 make sisifunde.
As I understand your evidence of yesterday, on whatever version we accept, this is your draft, whether you changed it later or not, but this is a first draft which was then typed as part of your statement. Is that correct?
Si funda apha ke idraft yakho yokuqala le eyathi egqibeleni yenziwa istatement sakho esipheleleyo.
I should correct you. This is probably my 4th or my 5th draft, and I can show you all the drafts if you want to see them.
Saziziningi idraft endazenza zine noma zinhlanu ngakubonisa zona zonke xa uzifuna.
Now, the import of my question is this is your draftsmanship. Not that is the first, second, or a third, but this is what you drafted at some point in time. Do I understand that
Ndibeka nje
correctly,
okokuba
General?
uwe owazibhalela yona loo nto ngokwakho.
Yes, I did, and I did indicate to you that with a lot of inputs.
Ewe ndiye ndatsho ndathi ke kwakukho nengxelo zazivela kwabanye.
Sorry, I didn't hear the last sentence.
I said, I did say to you yesterday, yes, I drafted my statement and I was helped with a lot of inputs.
You again dropped your voice at the end of that sentence. Would you please repeat it?
Bathi apha ekugqibeleni akavala ngahle ugeneral.
I said, yes, I did. And I did say yesterday to you, I used a lot of inputs from everybody.
Ndiye ndathi ke ndingasebenza nengxelo ezinye ndazivumana kwabanye.
General, but we assume that you use inputs on facts you do not know. If you have first-hand knowledge of a fact, you won't need an input on it. Correct?
Ndithi xa kuyingxelo evela kwabanye abantu into ongayaziyo wena ngoba xa uyazi awunawufuna ingxelo evela kwabanye.
You are correct.
Ewe.
When you speak to your minister, you don't need General Annandale to tell you you've spoken to your minister. You will know whether you've spoken to your minister or not.
Uye wathetha nominister wena ngokwakho uzokwazi ukuba uyenzile loo nto awudingi okokuba uAnandale kube uye nokuxelela ukuba wadibana
You are
nominister.
perfectly correct.
Ewe nalapho
Now
unyanisile.
let's read paragraph 23 of page 7.
Asifunde ke apha kwi
Of Triple F3.
Triple F3, Chair.
23 yali exhibit.
On the afternoon of August the 16th, 2012, I received a call from Lieutenant General Mbombo, who informed me of the decision to implement stage 3 of the plan, which information I relayed to the minister. Is that true?
It is not true. The truth is on my statement of the 7th because I corrected that.
Lento ifundayo ile ndayilungisa apha kusithiwe khona nge16 zika 2012 ndafumana umncebo ovela kuGeneral Mbombo wanxelo kokuba kuzawuthatha igxathu elilokugqibela lesithathu. Lo plan ke ndase ndiyigqithisela ndixelela uminister ngayo ndiyilungisile loo nto.
I corrected that draft in my statement of the 7th and I corrected it in this commission.
Ndiye ndayilungisa loo nto kwi-statement sam se-7 nalapha kwi-commission ndiye ndayilungisa loo nto.
General, what I don't understand is how you write a factually wrong draft. You either spoke to the minister or you didn't. You took your pencil and you wrote down, I spoke to the minister. Say, you corrected that. Why did you make the mistake in the first instance?
Wawuyenze kanjani ke imistake enjengaleyo ungenza kanjani impazamo enjengaleyo uthatha ipeni ubhala okokuba uye wathetha nominister xa ungathethanga naye.
What you did not ask me is how I even added that sentence, how that sentence arrived there. Because if I migrate you through my versions, this version came here because I dictated I actually indicated that I have omitted to put in my engagement with the minister in the statement. I asked them to put that in the statement. It came to me, I said, that is not represented the way it should be. I corrected it on the 7th to say my engagement with the minister is like this.
No.
And it wasn't carried in the version of the 12th because they brought the original draft. I corrected it again in this commission. And it is the truth as I placed it on the 7th. There is no other truth that I can give you other than what I corrected in this version and the truth that is sitting on my statement of the 7th.
Uthinte ukuba waye noqhagamshelana nominister yayikhona kodwa ayivezanga ngolo hlobo ayibeka ngalo. Ngako abaxele ukuba ayandithethanga ngolu hlobo. Yade yalungiswa njengoba eyilungisile nalapha kwi-commission.
General, one of my functions in this commission is to test the truth.
You can do
So let me repeat my question.
And
What I don't understand is how you got the draft wrong, where you had drafted that you conveyed information to your minister if you didn't convey the information to your minister.
ukwazi okokuba ingene kanjani ke lento kwingxelo yakho yokokuba wagqithisela lo ngxelo kuminister xa ungayenzanga.
Advocate, I have communicated in my statement of the 7th. I have communicated in my correction of the statement in this commission how I communicated to the minister. I cannot change it. That is how I have done it.
Kwamshelana nami no minister ndiye ndalichaza phaya kwi statement sange 7 ndiye ndalichaza nalapha.
Sorry to intervene again, but I still don't understand something else that I'd like to ask you about. You talked about looking at your computer. Was this the original draft of the statement on your computer?
Draft yakho yokuqala ikhona kwi computer yakho.
My original draft to the statement is there, of the statement is there. This was a further version where I requested them to put in my communication with the minister. And when they put it in, they didn't put it in the way it was supposed to be. I corrected it on the 7th.
Yes, I understand that, but you haven't answered my question. The question is, was the draft on your computer or on your secretary's computer or someone else's computer?
This,
draft yayikhona na kwi computer yakho kanene kwi computer ka secretary.
the draft on my computer is there. It
Was
doesn't
on your-
have this.
okay,
This
okay,
is secondary.
Okay, the draft on your computer. Does that mean you typed it yourself on your computer?
It was typed for me because I requested that they factor in that. And when it was brought to me, I then changed it to say that's not how it should be.
No.
That
You're going too fast for me. Was the original draft on your computer typed by you on your computer,
Yes.
or typed by somebody else on your computer?
The original draft typed by me is on my computer.
On your computer, all
which
right.
I can.
All right.
Then I request that they factor in, I forward it. And then I request that they factor in this communication.
I see.
When it comes to me, I say, this is not how it is. How it is in this manner. I correct the version of the 7th to say, correct that because this is what I factored in.
All right. So you typed it on your computer.
Yes,
You forwarded it to your secretary or somebody.
exactly.
Right. They then did something, brought it back to you now in hard copy form.
Yes, because remember the first one that I relayed, the soft copy that I sent to them, did not factor in the communication.
Yes, I understand.
That's one.
You typed the version, you typed the draft.
Yes.
Didn't deal with your communication with the minister.
Yes.
You forwarded it to your secretary.
Yes.
To deal with, to
Yes.
produce a hard copy amongst other things.
Yes.
That was done, was brought back to you. You then realized that the communication with the minister weren't dealt with. Is that right?
No, before even the hard copy comes to me,
Yeah.
I asked them to factor in on that paragraph my communication with the minister.
So after you'd forwarded your original draft, you then
This-
said to your secretary, by the
this
way,
draft-
do me a favor, please add my
Yes.
communication with the minister.
Yes.
Emva kokuba sayenzile yena ngokwakhe wayithumela kwi secretary uye wathi
Take it you didn't actually dictate that paragraph, that sentence, whatever it was, you assumed your secretary would get it right. Your secretary then produced something.
Yes.
Did you get that back as a hard copy or was it forwarded back to you?
I got it as a hard copy. I corrected it.
Okay.
It went back.
So you got a hard copy.
Yes.
And you, in pen or pencil or whatever, you corrected it.
Yes.
And you then gave the hard copy to your secretary and said, fix it up.
It
Words
was-
to that effect.
And it was fixed. It produced the copy of the 7th.
ayibhala ke yabuye umva yayolungiswa ke kule copy njengoba ilungiswe ku copy le ye7.
And the copy of the 7th then had a page that was omitted.
Kwase kuthi kulo copy yange7 kwaba khona ikhasi elingekho.
Both of them, the commissioned and the non-commissioned, and then it comes back for me to sign. But the copy that is given to me is the draft that I had corrected, and the draft is not corrected.
Lathi selibuya kum ke elokuba ndizolisayina kwabuyisa la ndandiyilungisile hayi lilungisiweyo.
And that's what I thought I had read and I understood to have been corrected.
Cinga kokuba yilento bendiyibhalile ndabe sendiyisayine kanti ndingayifundanga.
General, page 7 of F3 has a paragraph 24. Can I read with you the last sentence of that paragraph?
Yes?
Paragraph 24 gqibeleni.
This is now after the tragedy. You received the news that 34 people had been killed by the SAPS. You say, I then related the same information to the Minister of Police telephonically, who advised me to attend to the matter personally so that I can have a first account of the incident. Is that correct?
Emva kokuba sovile ukuba kusweleka abantu abangu34 wathinta uminister ngomnxeba wabe sethi mawuye wena uyojonga ubone kokuba lento uzokwazi ukuzibonela wena ngokwakho.
I have corrected that. It is,
Yenda
That's not
ilungisa
my
nalo.
question. I'm
It is
asking
not
you, is
correct.
that a correct version?
it is not.
The state of the province, the issues of the province,
How did that
successes,
mistake come
and
about?
Ize kanjani ke yona ubeyibela?
I've explained it
Endichazile.
to the
Don't want to
judges.
add anything to that explanation.
Akho nto othanda ukuyongeza kuloo nkcazelo sinikeze yona.
I
progress
just
being made.
corrected
We're
it
talking
and
to the
put
Premier,
what the right
Dr. Zwelin Kiza, and his
information. And we have the right
MECs. Let's go straight to our audience now. Is that Kibone
General,
Masange?
did you speak to the minister when you got the news of the 34 deaths?
I did.
Ndathetha nominister xa ndiva ngaba
What
abantu
was the
basweleke.
gist of that discussion? What did you say to the minister, and what was his reaction?
Wathini kuminister, wathini yena kuwe?
I gave the minister the information and I assured him that I'm personally attending to the matter with the team.
Sorry, I can't hear you. And
I gave the minister the information of what has happened here, and I indicated to him that myself and the team are attending to the issues. And we will keep him posted and update him with progress, which we did with the internal briefing that we did, and we continued to give him updates in terms of what was happening.
The xa ndiva ngalesi sehlakalo ndamxelela uminister ngomnxeba ndamxelela ukuba mna neteam yam sizawuya phaya siyojonga nesibona kwenzeka ntoni siza kuthi xesha ngexesha simxelele okokuba kuchubeka kanjani sesikuphi na.
now the minister hears of the major tragedy in democratic South Africa, 34 people killed. What's his reaction?
Minister uva ngentlekele njengalena eyenzeka apha kuMzantsi Afrika osokhululekileyo ngabantu abangu-34 abaswelekileyo wenza ntoni ngaloo nto?
Remember, I'm talking to him over the phone, and like every other person, he would have been shocked.
No, I don't ask you
That's
what he
an-
would have been. I'm asking you, what is his reaction on the phone as you speak to him? What does he say?
Wathini apha kwifowuni xa umxelela ngale nto noma wawuthetha naye ngefowuni wathini?
I have already indicated in my statement that one of the things he wanted to understand is what we are doing, and I assured him that I'm personally with the team giving full attention to the matter, and we will continue keeping him posted.
Into andibuza yona ukuba senza ntoni ke ngaloo nto ndathi mna kuye sizawuya siyojonga phaya siza kuxelela emva kwexesha ukuba siphina.
Is his request as to what is being done operationally or on a public relations level, or what is the extent of that inquiry by the minister? What are you doing?
Wayechaza ntoni uminister ngokuba nenza ntoni ngaloo nto ebuza uba nenza ntoni kanjani khawusichazele.
Because he's not operational, he probably would be understanding precisely what we need to do. He would be knowing that we would report the matter to IPID. He would be knowing that we would ensure that all other processes that we normally do, under normal circumstances, under any other conditions, he doesn't come and tell us what to do. Operationally, we know what to do.
Siyazi okokuba kufanele senzeni njengabantu abasebenza ngayo le nto yena akakho apha. Uzobezokwazi okokuba siza kuyiripota kwi-IPD senze yonke into umthetho obekuba masiyenze.
And we did exactly that.
General,
Senza loo nto kanye.
bear with me. I didn't ask you what the minister would not have said. I didn't ask you to hypothesize on what he might have said. My question is a simple one. What did he ask? If he
So,
asked you, what are you doing, did he ask it in an operational context or on a PRO context, or what did he ask you?
Intoni kanye le ayibuza kuwe uminister?
Maybe let me understand what you mean when you say did he ask it on a PR context? What is that?
Mawunichazele okokuba xa ubuza ngolu hlobo wabuza.
Now, let me ask the question. What I want to know is, what did he ask you? Try to
Mbuzo lo
remember
mbuzo
the
ka-
gist of the request.
Wathini kuwe? Wabuza ntoni?
I have indicated very clearly what I told the minister to say in Marikana. A tragic thing has happened. 34 miners are dead today, and we are doing everything that we're supposed to be doing. We are attending to that, and I'm giving it my personal attention.
Ngamxelela ukuba kwenzeke intlekele njengale apha eMarikana kusweleka abantu abangu-34 ndenza yonke inzame yonke into ekufanele ndiyenze ngemfanelo.
And he didn't ask particulars as to what was being done.
Azange abuzwa okokuba yintoni enziwayo kwangoku.
I've already said to you that those questions I would have answered to say we would be reporting the matter to IP. All the things that are operational that are happening there, we handle. The minister knows that we will do it. He would not ask us those, operational type of issues, but he would make sure that he takes the message, relays it to cabinet and to whoever he has to, because that is his duty. I don't take up the phone to phone cabinet, to phone the president. That's what you do. With the facts that we've given him, he then will do all other things that he's supposed to be doing. And we will keep him posted and abreast in terms of what is happening.
Ayigqithisele phambili kwicabinet yafonela upresident nayo yonke loo nto ekufanele ayenze yena phaa phezulu kodwa apha ezantsi ubengenokwehlela apha ezantsi ukuthi azosixela ukuba
And
senze
maybe if
ntoni
I may
ngoba
just add,
sisazi.
is through that information, I believe this is why there were interministerial committees. It's not us who do those things. He must take the information and process it up in terms of his political and government role.
Ndiyacinga ukuba yonke enye into eyenzekayo ukuba kube khona i-ministerial ezathetha ngazo zenziwa nguye ngoba ngumsebenzi wakhe phaa phezulu.
No, I understand the question, and may the Commission then understand it thus, that during that telephone discussion, the Minister was satisfied that you will attend to the matter henceforth, and that he did not give you any operational instructions at any time.
Iva kakuhle le nto kokuba uminister emva kokuba umzayile umnxeba wazi okokuba wena uzakwenza yonke into efanele uyenza apha eMzantsi akaxelelanga uba kwenzeke ntoni.
As it usually happens, yes, because the minister doesn't give us operational instructions.
Njengasesixhelweni ewe akasixeleli ukuba masenzeni thina apha.
And this case was no exception to the rule.
Kwesi sehlakalo kwasebenzeka njengasesixhelweni.
You are correct.
Ewe.
And your statement on page 7 on your today's version is then wrong because the minister did not advise you to attend to the matter personally. You told him that you would be attending to the matter personally.
Ngoku nale statement apha uthi wena uminister waxelela okokuba wenze ntoni akuyona inyaniso ngoba uthi ube sazi okokuba uzakwenza ntoni.
What do you mean when you say it is wrong? Because I did say I will attend to the matter personally. Because I do say the minister didn't instruct me to attend the matter personally.
No, you don't understand my question. Let me repeat it. You've said the last sentence of F3 on page 7, paragraph 24, is wrong. And what I suggest to you is it is wrong to the extent that on this version of yours, you said that it was the Minister of Police who advised you to attend to the matter. It happened differently. You advised him that you were attending to the matter personally. That's all I'm putting to you.
Uthi wathi wena uzokwenza yonke into efanele uyenze apha akungominister waxela uba yenza loo nto.
Maybe, language is a difficult thing. Maybe I should put it in Sepedi so that it's
We don't speak in second
And then he
language.
can translate.
So speak through the interpreter.
Because then he can translate.
Yes.
Yeah.
What I said here is the following.
Minister operate.
The minister does not give us does not instruct us operationally.
Minister.
I told the minister what had happened at Marikana. I explained everything. I also assured him that as the head of the police, I will do everything that I am supposed to do. That me and the team that works together with me.
And a minister, if directive
And the minister does not give us instructions. He does not tell us go about picking up papers there, and it's not his duty.
Everywhere.
His duty as minister is to transmit what we have told him upwards to the
A gona
government.
nnete e nngwe nka go fang yona more than that.
There's no more
Ge o
than that
nyaka go
that
e
I can tell.
fetoša, well, ke tla tšwa mo go yona.
If you want to turn what I've said, then I'm out of it.
Nee, ek verstaan dit duidelik. Ek dink ons moet ons eerste taal praat.
Ore le yena o tla
lekker is
bolela ka
aangaan.
Afrikaans jaanong.
Dis lekker.
Ka gore a le kwane gabotse le yena o tla bolela se ga bona yana. Uthi umhlekazi naye awuthetha ngokweyakhe intetho ngoba abavani. Xa esethe ithi iSpedi uyawuthetha iAfrikaans naye.
General, can I ask you to explain to me a passage in your evidence in chief, please? If I may ask the witness to have a look at page 6791 of the record. That can perhaps be put on the screen in front of her. My learned friend, Mr. Semenya, is busy leading your evidence before the Commission, and you discuss these statements of yours. And I suspect you discuss triple
Phaya
F3 at
kwi-record,
the time.
Ewuzasibonisa yona ngoku page 6.
It really starts at 6790 and it goes over to 6791. It's
Is
a
it
short
possible
passage.
to have it put on the screen?
Bazasibonisa yona ngoku phaya.
Chair, not on the screen at the moment, but we can put it before the witness.
And I understand you taking it to the witness, but I think Mr. Berger asked whether it could be put on the screen. If the answer to that is no, well then,
No,
then it's no.
Chair, I think it's probably satisfactory if the witness and I have that and if you have perhaps access to it. General, at the foot of page 6790, it's these strange pages, left-hand foot of the page, and I pick it up from line 23. Mr. Semenya says, can we now come and talk about the statement you made in relation to these proceedings, Commissioner? You made two statements which were signed and commissioned, am I right? The one dated 7 March and the other the 12th of March.
Apha umhlekazi uSiminya ndithetha ngezitatement ezimbini ezenziwe nge-7 nange-12 zikaMarch.
You say that is correct. Mr. Semenya says the second statement sought to correct typographical problems that were in the statement of the 7th of March. Am I right?
Ngolo hlobo umhlekazi uSiminya okokuba esisilungise apho kuye kwatypiwa khona ngendlela engeyona.
You confirm that, and then Mr. Semenya says, in particular, if we look at the last document, and I draw your attention to paragraph 23, where the document reads, and he now reads from, I think it's triple F3, Commissioner.
Uthi ke usefunda apho ke umhlekazi uSiminya ufunda yabona ku apha ku triple F3 kule exhibit statement.
On the afternoon of August the 16th, 2012, I received a call from Lieutenant General Mbombo, who informed me of a decision to implement, then it goes, stage 3 of the plan, which information I relayed to the Minister. Do you see that paragraph? And you say, I see it. He says, is that a correct statement appearing there, General? And you say, it is not it's the correct statement because my original statement doesn't read like that. And then he hands it up.
Uphendula ngolo hlobo xa ubuzwa okokuba intetho yakho le wathi esami statement asifundeki ngolo hlobo.
But as I understand your evidence today, that's a wrong statement.
What do you say?
Xa ndiva ubungqina bakho namhlanje uthi eso statement sabhalwa apha si-wrong.
Which
You did not relay that information to the Minister.
Awuzange uyigqithise lo information kuminister.
I'm totally lost.
Hayi
Because
ilahlekile ngoku.
we were correcting exactly that.
Iyo kanye lento besiyilungisa apho luthetha ngayo.
To take the statement of the 7th, to correct this draft that was carrying that.
Sasilungisa le draft yayenziwe phambi koko.
No, I'm also lost, so let's both stay lost on that one then, General.
Naye umhlekazi
I don't know if
ubhekethe
we
uthi
have
hayi
a French
ulahlekile
here.
njengaye ugeneral.
Then follows what I will term the fourth version, and this is, Chair, I think it was handed up as triple F4 or triple F3A, I'm not sure, but this is a replacement page 7 now. And this is what I've called the misfit, which is now reintroduced in the evidence in chief.
Chair, it's triple F 3A.
3A, thank you. Triple F 3A.
Do you have it?
We don't.
What now happens, General, as I understand the evidence, is that triple F 3A, you perhaps just have a look at that. We are now asked to insert this back into triple F 3, but of course now we create a misfit again. But that's the version.
I'm so lost with this thing of yours.
Usinika ngoku exhibit triple F 3A. We have
Confirm that.
triple F3A, yes.
The final version you rely on has got a page 6 which does not follow onto page 7 and a page 7 which does not follow onto page 8.
Uthi ngoku xa ujonge statement page 6 or phambi kwawo akahlangani nale no page 7 page
It's in the corrected triple F3.
akahlangani no page 8 olaku triple F 3.
Yes?
Can I just put a final question to you to get clarity on something? And it's on your role as Commander-in-Chief of the SAPS. Do I understand your evidence correctly that should the Commission conclude at the end of the inquiry that the SAPS had used excessive force, even in self-defense, at scene 2, that you as Commander-in-Chief would accept overall responsibility for that?
Andithi ke xa kungaba sisigqibo sale commission okokuba amapolisa asebenzisa amandla ngogqithisileyo phaya kungafanele kwisehlakalo sesibili, wena ke njengomphathi uphezulu uzayamkela lonto okokuba ibe ukuba yenzekile ngolo hlobo?
Mr. do you wish to say something?
Yes, Chair. In our understanding, there cannot be a finding that we acted in self-defense by using excessive force.
I think the question must be reformulated. You can talk about exceeding the bounds of self-defense or exceeding the bounds of private defense, but that terminology would be more accurate.
I'll gladly do that. Exceeding the boundaries of self-defense. I'm told by my colleagues who do criminal law. If that finding is brought out, my question is really one on responsibility. And I'm interested in that as a citizen of the land. Will you as Commander-in-Chief accept responsibility in that event?
Ubuza okokuba uzayamkela na uCommissioner okokuba lonto eyenzekile uyena umuntu ekufanele athwale lo mthwalo wamapolisa aye asebenzisa amandla agqithisileyo angafanele.
There are two aspects of the question you're asking me.
Kwizinto ezimbini kulo mbuzo nibuza wona mhlekazi.
The first, you're asking about my responsibility as the Commander-in-Chief of the police appointed by the President.
Uthi uthetha ngesikhundla endikuso endibekwe njengomphathi wamapolisa oye wajunjwa nguPresident.
And in that, you're talking about my overall responsibility for the service.
Apha ke uthetha ngamandla endinawo kuwo onke umbutho lo wamapolisa.
The overall responsibility for the service is given to me by the Constitution and the Police Act.
Apho ke amandla endinikezwe wona namaxa ndiwanikwa ngaphansi komthetho ngaphansi komgaqo-siseko welilizwe.
And in that, I'm on record saying to this commission that yes, I am the person who is finally appointed to manage and control the service.
Apho ke ndiye ndavela ndisithi ewe ndimi umuntu okufanele athathe yonke into eyenzekayo apha semagxeni am.
The second part of your question, you are asking about
Uzo wesibini uthi
the possible outcome and the judgment that has to be taken.
isigqibo esingahle sethathwe yi-commission.
I say assume that to happen. I'm not asking you for anything
Okay.
on that.
Ndithi xa samkela ukuba mhlawumbe kungenziwa eso sigqibo esinjalo.
And because it is an assumption, I wouldn't want to address myself to that assumption.
Andinawuthanda okokuba ke nditsho okokuba mbona kanjani kungekenziwanga eso
That answer I don't understand. Why aren't you willing to assume that this commission may come to a conclusion adverse to the SAPS?
Andithi i-commission lena egqibeleni ke ifumana okokuba i-SAPS ku inento yokwenza nesehlakalo.
I haven't said I do not think of the commission not finding against us or for us. I'm not addressing that. I'm saying I'm the person who's in charge of the service. At this point in time, the outcome, I don't want to address myself to.
Ndithe mna ndingumuntu nje ophethe amapolisa isigqibo esizawuthathwa apha ke asinawuthathwa ndim.
So you're not willing to accept that this commission can make an adverse finding to the South African Police Service?
Awuyamkeli ke
She
into
said that.
yokuba
I think she said the
kungenzeka
opposite. I think she
okokuba
said it's a possibility, but she's not going to comment on the consequences. Am I understanding you correctly?
I understand what he is saying. He is saying to me, assuming that the commission finds this way. I do not say I will not accept what the commission finds. What the commission finds, I can't change. What the
Shongo
commission
nokokuba
finds,
andinakuyamkela
I
into.
will deal with it when we get there. That's what I'm saying. To say at this point in time, I know that the commission will find. Whether they find for us or not for us, it's an issue that we will deal with. But may I be allowed at this point in time not to deal with it?
Vumele nje okokuba ndingangeni kuloo nto kwangoku.
National Commission-
Egqibeleni i-commission izokwenza isigqibo.
I'm not sure I
Sizawuthi
understand what you say, but let me put it the way it seems to me that what you may be saying. There are various possibilities. One possibility is that the Commission will not make any findings adverse to the police. Another possibility is the Commission may make findings adverse to the police, not necessarily on the whole operation, but on parts of it. The third possibility is there may be even more unfavorable findings than that. But if we make findings unfavorable to the police, of course, they won't be binding. They will simply be the findings we've made. We know that already that summonses have been issued by some of the people. I think the widows and dependents of those who died have issued summons, and I think some of the people injured, or possibly all the people injured, have issued summons as well. And these will be matters that the police service will have to deal with. Either fight the claims or settle or in some way. Now, I think what you're saying, but if I've got it wrong, please correct me. I think what you're saying is, if the Commission decides against us, we will then have to decide whether we accept what the Commission says and pay the people in respect of whom adverse findings have been made against us. Or we may say, well, with great respect to the Commission, we don't agree with them, and we're going to contest the actions. Is that what you're saying? But you don't want to make that decision yet. You want to see what our report says. Because if our report persuades you that it's correct, you will act one way. And if you think our report is wrong, you will then have to say, well, with great respect to the Commission, they've misunderstood, they've got it wrong, and we're going to go on contesting. Is that what you're saying?
I think it's closer to the truth, Judge, the way you're putting it. But all I was saying was that at this point in time, when those things happen, we will respond appropriately the way you're saying, but I don't want to respond to it now.
Your point is you haven't made that decision yet. You'll only make the decision once the report comes out.
Absolutely.
Is that fair?
uthi ngamafuphi nje emva kokuba ukomishina samchazela okokuba lo mbuzo uva kanjani okokuba xa kungenziwa isigqibo apha okuba amapolisa anokwenza kwisehlakalo esenzekile noma mhlawumbe ingxenye ethize yesisehlakalo sabanga imbangela yabo kwaba ngamapolisa uthi bazayijonga ngelo xesha ke bathathe isigqibo ukuba benza ntweni bayavumelana nalo nto ikanene bayigqithisela phambili uthi ke akathanda okokuba aveze ngoku ngoba eso sigqibo sisengenziwa.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Berger. Mr. Malindi, are you in a position now to continue the cross-examination that stood over yesterday?
Mhlekazi uMalindi oye wathi izolo wema kancinci uzawuphinda ngoku agqibezele apho angegqibezelanga khona.
Commissioner, could you please have regard to Exhibit WW2?
Sizawuphinda sijonge le exhibit athetha ngayo WW2.
That is the statement of Gary White.
All right.
Could you ask the lady next to you just to switch off the machine? Thank you.
Here it is.
Esi statement intetho kaMhlekazi Gary White.
Commissioner, National Commissioner, yesterday you indicated that you had not read the statement. That's correct.
Uthe ubengakasifundanga statement izolo. General.
Yes, it is true.
Ewe kunjalo.
So when you provided your statement in the various versions that have been dealt with this morning, triple F2 or triple F3, you had not considered what were the criticisms against your plan.
Awenza statement sakho ubungafikanga apha kuhlatshwa khona iplan le yenu.
I've never read the statement other than yesterday.
Anzange ndisifunde statement fika beniqala ukusibona izo.
And I understood you to say to Mr. Bezos that you had not read his expert witness's statement either by the time you came to testify.
Xa uphendula uMhlekazi uBizos uthene statement salengqali yakhe bongakasifundanga naso ude ufike apha kwiCommission.
Which is which one, by the way?
Omphike kana lo Mhlekazi.
Mr. Hendricks.
Umhlekazi uHendricks.
No.
And can I take it that you had not read the statement of Professor Hines as well?
You are
which
correct.
I directed it to you yesterday.
Nesi sika Professor Hines onikeze sona izolo ubungakasifundi.
No.
Beningakasifundi.
Okay. Could you please turn to page 18 of Mr. White's statement?
Ake size apha ku18 kwesisika Mhlekazi White.
Having had the opportunity to read the statement, I hope we can go quickly through the points that I said I want to highlight and get your reaction.
18.
Starting with 4.2.1, I indicated to you that he criticizes you, the SAPS, for lack of accountability because he says you don't accept that it was the deaths and the injuries that occurred were a consequence of failure of your public policing, public order policing and crowd management strategies and tactics, and you asked me why I say so.
Muthi apha ke imbangela ya kusweleka kwabantu abasweleka apha eMarikana kwenzeka ngento yokuba amapolisa lawo ePOP nalawo amanye awasebenzanga ngemfanelo nangendlela bekiwe.
Is that after this, the aftermath of such a failure, there's no acceptance of responsibility that appears at 4.2.2. The identification of errors of strategy and tactics and lessons learned. Instead, the SAPS evidence to the Commission is lacking in detail and is almost entirely defensive. Do you agree with that criticism?
Muthi apha ke ekugqibeleni emva kokuba kwenzeke yonke lento amapolisa anokukhanyela okokuba kwi-commission apha izinto bazama ukuzikhusela ngayo yonke indlela.
No, I don't. That is his standpoint. We have a different standpoint.
Andivumelani nalento siyibona ngendlela yohlukile naye.
And we've submitted all the documents that was required from us.
Sinikeze yonke ke imiqulu ebeyikade ifanele idingeka kuthi.
And we continue to be cooperative.
Sibambisene ngayo onke amaxesha.
On the next page, page 19, at 4.2.5,
Xa siza kwikhasi elilandelayo u-19 4.2.5
in the middle of the paragraph, more or less, there's a line that starts Potchefstroom, which did not seek to identify. Can you see that?
Yes.
apha kuthethwa khona nge-Potchefstroom.
It says that by holding a 9-day meeting at Potchefstroom, which did not seek to identify errors or lessons learned, but simply sought to ensure that the police presented a consistent case at the Commission, the SAPS can quite rightly be criticized for possible collusion, and we have your answer to that. You don't agree?
Sinayo impendulo yakho apha uvumelani nalento apha ethi khona uwayithi inhlangano yasePotchefstroom kwakungeyona injongo yokuba amapolisa ajonge apho aphantse khona nezifundo ekufanele zifundwe phaya kodwa ke eyokwenza zonke inzame zokokuba azikhusele abeke ngendlela bonisa okokuba gaba.
Yes, I don't agree. It is his criticism, and he's granted that. But we didn't go to Potchefstroom to collude.
Asizange siyeke ePotchefstroom okokuba siyokwenza into enjengalena siyohlanganisa amakhanda ngento engekho.
I've already explained that, and he's correct in his last sentence. In his last that's opening sentence in page 19. Where he said, I understand it was aimed at producing the presentation, which is now Exhibit L.
Ndivumelana naye apho esithi khona kwakuyiwe phaya ngoba kuyohlanganiswa intetho ezawuvezwa apha nansi i-exhibit eyavezwa i-exhibit L.
At paragraph 4.2.8, still criticisms on lack of accountability. He criticizes you for stating that the shots fired on 16 August were either warning shots or fired in self-defense.
Uthi apha ku 4.2.8 amapolisa athi ubukhulu bembumbulu ezadutshula nge-16 kwakuzi warning shots ezinye zidutshulwa ababesikhusela khona.
And the criticism essentially is that this defense was put forward without having considered each and every statement of the people who were involved there to know that each and every one of them wants to put forward that kind of defense. Is that a fair criticism?
Uthi liyavezwa ke lentetho lena ngaphambi kokuba kwenziwe inyaniseko kuwo wonke umuntu kokuba wadubula kwenzeke ntoni nantoni na.
I think it's important to also say that with the commanders coming to present here, I'm sure they would be able to answer a number of those things. But also I know that a lot of statements were submitted by members to this commission. And the statements were not even taken by us. They were taken by IPID trying to give an account of what shots they have done, and there were tests to the guns. So I take it that a lot of that information has been given for consideration and to back up the information that we've given to this commission.
Lindy, are
Yonke
you
le
moving on to another
ngxelo
point now?
apha phambi kwekomishini xa
You're moving on
sekuvela.
to another point, because I'd like to ask a question about the previous passage you put to the witness.
I will move to another point.
All right, okay, I'd like to ask a question about a previous passage you put to the witness. Mr. Malindi referred you earlier to what appears on page 19 in paragraph 4.2.5. You'll see that further on in that paragraph, after the passage he put to you, Mr. White says, I understand that Lieutenant Colonel Scott led the Potchefstroom event, and that was the evidence of Brigadier Nkonazi that he relies on. If that's the case, then that's a further point of criticism. The plan for 16 August 2012 was Lieutenant Colonel Scott's plan. Asking him to produce the presentation for the Commission was an error of judgment, given that he'd planned the operation of 16 August. It's unsurprising in those circumstances, I suppose it is unsurprising in those circumstances, if the presentation casts the plan in a positive light. Now what I want to ask you is, did you know that Lieutenant Colonel Scott led the Potchefstroom discussions?
Judge,
Umbuzo apha uthi uWhite into yokokuba iPotchefstroom izise nguye apha uLieutenant Scott okwanguyena wayephethe i-operation leyo mhla ka-16 phaya irongo ngoba beyifanele iziswe ngomnye. Ubuza loo nto ke ugeneral ukuba uyayazi naloo nto okokuba kwakunguLieutenant Scott wayephethe phaya ePotchefstroom.
Judge, that is factually incorrect.
Ayikho right le nto irongo.
The factual correctness of this matter was that gathering was chaired by General Mbombo. Van Graan facilitated. Scott has always been our collator of information, so that is not
So what
correct.
you're saying is the criticism is incorrect,
Yes.
based on a faulty premise.
Uthi le nto ethi vele apha
Thank
ayiyonyani
you.
ngoba kwakungenje. Le nto yayiphethwe ngabanye. uScott kwakungumntu wayebuzwa ukuba kwenzeke ntoni nantoni nantoni. Kwakuphethe aba abanye.
Do you agree that Scott presented that plan to these proceedings?
Ivuma into okokuba iplan lena yaziswa the plan. Yeah, iplan yaziswa nguScott apha kwi-commission.
I don't understand that question.
I also don't.
Lieutenant Colonel Scott has not come before the commission as yet.
I must confess, Mr. Malindi, I also thought when I heard you put the question, that you didn't quite mean what you said. So perhaps you could rephrase the question.
Umhlekazi Malindi
Lieutenant
kuthiwa
Colonel Scott
ubuze
hasn't testified yet,
ngenye
although he
indlela lo
was
mbuzo
one
ngoba
of
le
the
nto
two
ubuza ngayo awona nyani.
officers of the police who made the presentation to the Commission. But I'm not sure that you meant that either. So rephrase the question, and then we can see whether Mr. Semenya, there's any point in his substance in his objection.
I will drop that question for now, Chairperson.
Uthi uzawuyeka kwangoku lo mbuzo abe ubuza umhlekazi Malindi.
On page 21,
Khasini lamashumi amabili nanye.
the point 11, he says that, fourthly, a number of the statements of the high-ranking officers who were involved in the operations of 9 to 16 August reveal a distinct unwillingness to engage with the tragic consequences of the police action and a failure to acknowledge errors or accept responsibility for the deaths which occurred.
Uthi apha ubuninzi bamapolisa aphakeme phaya abekhona phaya kwisehlakalo esi kusuka ngomhla ka9 kude bemhla ngo16 sikhombisa ukungazimiseli okokuba bangene kulento nokuba bathathe uxanduva kwisehlakalo esenzeka phaya nesaba imbangela yokusweleka kwaba bantu.
The The criticism is that in the absence of the police having conducted a debriefing session, as we discussed in terms of the standing orders, and the purchase room session having been used, as you are suggesting, to achieve that result of evaluation of the operation, none of the police officers named in this paragraph make any criticism of the police action at all. Everything seemed to have gone to plan, according to plan. Do you agree with that criticism?
Uyavumelana ke nokuba onke lamapolisa avele apha aphakeme akukho nalinye eliveza umbono wokuba kuye kwaphanzeka apha naphaya bathi yonke into yahamba njengoba iplan yayibekiwe.
Again, I would say it is his criticism and observation, but those police that are there, fortunately, will be here to answer that question. They are coming to this commission to answer. I should not answer for them.
Mandingabaphenduleli ke aba ngoba bonke aba bantu uthetha ngabo bazawubizwa apha bazoveza ingxelo yabo batsho into abayibona neyenzeka bona.
Furthermore, Mr. Malendi, your criticism, your question rather, appears to be too broadly phrased, because as appears from footnote 22 on the page to which you referred, Major General Mpembe does appear to criticize one aspect of the operation, namely the decision to proceed to copies 2 and 3 after scene 1. So you said none of them criticize it. That's not correct. None of the others do, but Major General Mpembe appears to do so. So the question was too broadly phrased, but in any event, as the witness has said, those questions can more appropriately be put to the police generals concerned, who will have to explain what they said in the light of this criticism.
Absolutely, Chairperson. National Commissioner, you can regard that question as with the qualification that General Mpembe has made this observation and criticism under footnote 22.
Uthi lo mbuzo uzoma ngaphandle kokuthi ke ndizakongeza kokuba ngaphandle kuka General Mpembe oye waveza yena umbono ohlukile ngesehlakalo esithize phaya.
I'm sure General Mpembe will talk to that criticism, because I think he does have a view on the matter, and he will talk to it. He is testifying here.
Uzawubizwa Mpembe apha, uzawuyiveza loo nto, uzawubuzwa yena, uyena ozokwazi ukuyichaza ngendlela le nto ayibona ngayo.
My next question was going to be, as the National Commissioner, are you not critical of the police producing Exhibit L and statements which only seek to reflect positively on the SAPS when their duty in terms of the standing order is to provide an all-embracing debriefing which contains criticisms and positives for purposes of future learning and training?
Ngenjongo ke yokufunda nokujonga noqeqesho lwexesha elizayo awuyiboni lento eyenziwa ngaba okokuba bangayijongisisi yonke loo nto izinto kwakufanele zenziwe nezingenziwa njengomuntu ophethe amapolisa uyibona njengento bengafanelanga uba bayenze apha.
I think it is important to say we seem to be talking in folk tongues. Just a few minutes ago, you were alerting me to a footnote, which is 22. And if I look at the presentation that we've given, it's not a presentation that actually says, you know, there is nothing wrong, there is something wrong, or there is nothing wrong, and we didn't see anything. We've made our inputs into this commission, and I've said 2-3 days ago that we certainly will learn a lot from these processes and the inputs of everybody, the experts, yourselves, ourselves, the people that came to talk here. And at this point in time, as a national commissioner, I do believe that a lot of learnings are going to come out of you from ourselves, from others, and otherwise. And I'm hoping that the report of this commission will assist us to do so. To come with a statement that says we're not willing, we're intransigent, and the mendacious statements that I'm starting to pick up here, it's not correct. We are hoping that this commission would assist us to do certain things very differently.
Phendula ngolo hlobo ugeneral ukuba kwiintsuku ezintathu ezigqithileyo ndiye ndayiveza le ntetho okokuba siveze yonke imibono yethu njengoba siyibekile apha. Ndathi ke enye into kubungqina obunikiwe neengcali ezikhoyo apha ezabo nezethu kuyawuthi ekugqibeleni kwale commission kubekho izifundo ezithize esizifundayo noqeqesho oluthize.
Mr. Malindi, if you're going to move on to another point, it may be convenient to take the tea adjournment at this stage, but if you want to round this point off first, please do so.
May I round this point off first, Chair?
Yes.
Mandigqibe nje le nto phambi kokuba kuyiwe etiyeni kutsho umhlekazi uMalindi.
National Commissioner, just to round off this point, General Mpembe, is it an exhibit yet? General Mpembe says in his statement, I will read paragraph 56, which is short. I wish to state that if I had been told immediately after scene 1, but before scene 2, that people had been killed, I would have directed that police members do a show of force and contain the situation while attending to the scene around the crawl. Effectively, I would have directed that we do the same thing that I had done on Monday, 13 August 2012. Now, on 13 August 2012, General Mpembe, when the protesters marched past him and his men, 70 men, he escorted them to the copy where they wanted to go.
Andithi ngomhla ka-13 xa uGeneral Mpembe ethetha naba bantu phaya nabantu bakhe waye wabakhapha wahamba nabo baya phaya entabeni. Uthi ke phaya ube sazi ukuba uzongenzela ube yokwenza laa nto wayenza yena ngomhla ka-13.
Your expert, Mr. DeRover, and our expert, Mr. White, say after the incident of scene 1, there should have been a command to halt the pursuit to scene 2, gather and reassess.
Zombini ke ezingcali uWhite no lomnye owenu bavumelana ngento yokokuba emva kwesehlakalo esisokuqala kwakuyawuba bhetele okokuba kuke kumiswe kancinci apho phambi kokuba kuchutshekwe kuhanqwe aba bantu.
What I want to put to you is that General Mpembe agrees with these experts that your plan was not as good as you have testified previously.
I don't think that's a fair question. Because the plan as we have it didn't involve following people who fled from scene 1 to scene 2 and taking action at scene 2. That wasn't part of the plan. That was something which arose in the heat of the moment, as it were. The witness may well describe it as something that followed from what she calls the disruption. But I don't think it's part of the plan. So I don't know that that question can appropriately be put. Perhaps you'd like to think about the question while we have a cup of tea.
We'll deal with it after teacher.
Right, we'll take the tea adjournment.
Xesha letiye. Commission is commencing. Yes, Study Commission.
The Commission resumes. National Commissioner, you're still under oath. Mr. Melindy, have you reformulated the question in a way that meets the points raised?
I have, Chairperson, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. Commissioner, I conflated two things, and I wish to separate them. I conflated the plan and what I would call a wise decision that an operational commander would have taken in the circumstances of what happened between scene 1 and scene 2. Can you see the differentiation that I'm making?
Ukwenza umahluko phakathi kwezinto ezimbili iplan le yayenziwe phaya nesigqibo sathathwa okokuba yenziwe kanjani lonto.
I hear about the plan. The wise decision is a big word, but I'll listen to what you're saying and see whether I understand what you're saying.
Ndiyeva xa uthetha ngeplan kodwa ke esi sigqibo othi kwakusisigqibo sihlakaniphile ndizawuva ngawo okokuba uchaza ntoni.
Council is suggesting is that after scene 1, it would have been a wise decision not to proceed immediately to copies 2 and 3, in other words, to scene 2. Rather, there should be a cessation of activity, a reassessment of the situation before any further action was taken. I think that's what you put.
That is so, Chairperson.
That would have been a wise decision.
Beka ngolo hlobo umhlekazi uMalindi uthi emva kokuba kwenzeke isehlakalo esisokuqala kwakuyawuba into ebhetele kakhulu kokuba kwamiswa.
That seems to be what Mr. De Rover said should have happened, and appears also to be the view of Major General Mpembe. That's what he calls what would have been a wise decision. Not that the wise decision was made, but if that decision had been made, it would have been a wise decision. I think that's your question, isn't it?
That's my question, okay. Chairperson.
So I hope you understand that now. Now let's get the Council to re-put the question so you can follow it exactly.
Thank you, Chairperson. National Commissioner, Mr. De Rover, at paragraph 81 of his statement, talked of a halting of the operation and a reassessment. Do you remember that paragraph 81, as my learned friend Mr. Matlanga dealt with it with you at length?
Apho umhlekazi De Rover ethi kwakunesidingo sokokuba ithe ukumisa kancinci lento emva kokuba kwenzakele isehlakalo esisokuqala kucingwe okokuba intoni ezawulandela njengoba ubuza umhlekazi uMatlanga.
I'll just quickly go to it again.
Mandithi nje kancinci kuyijonga lonto.
Okay. I'm there.
Could you just read the paragraph to yourself?
Khawusifundele apho kuleso sahluko.
That's 18.
Page number
18.
19.
19.
And that's 81.
Paragraph 81.
Okay.
81.
At the timing of scene 1 and immediately thereafter, the problems with the analog radio network conspired to prevent the overall commander to stay abreast of developments and to call a halt to police operations in a bid to regroup and reassess. It virtually goes without saying that SAP's doctrine and experience in crowd management dictate such a decision.
Ubeka ngokuba kwakuyindlela kwakudinga ukuba kusetshenzwe ngayo emva kokuba kuye kwaba khona la ngxaki nge-analog le yabo ingababonisanga uba kwenzeke ntoni phaya uthi ngokomthetho wesab kwakufanele basebenze ngolo hlobo.
And I'm going to read what Mr. White says on page 47 of his statement, WW2.
Isiza kwi-statement sikamthekazi White, page 47. Ndiza kufundela okokuba uthini ke yena apha.
That is page 47, paragraph 4.8.6. I will read the whole paragraph. First, the decision to proceed with stage 3 of Lieutenant Colonel Scott's plan after the shooting dead of 16 people was incomprehensible and negligent. There should have been a contingency plan to deal with a situation where the plan had gone wrong and people had been killed, but no such contingency appears to have existed.
Uyibeka ngolo hlobo ke apha uthi isigqibo sokuthi kuqhutshekwe lesithathu inyathelo lesithathu kwiplan ka-Colonel Scott kwakuyinto engafanele emva kokuba sekusweleke abantu abangu-16.
Now I read what I refer to as the wise decision that should have been taken. He says, nonetheless, senior officers on the ground should have reacted to the circumstances as they occurred, with 16 protesters dead and others perceived to be a threat dispersed to the open land to the west. The operation should have been immediately paused. There should have been a regrouping of the SAPS units and a process of rethinking and replanning.
Uthi into okufanele yenzeke ileyo kokuba ababe baphethe emva kokuba sebabonile ukuba kusweleke abantu abangu-16 naba beba bungozi phaya sebebalekile bengene phaya kwakufuze ukuba imiswe lento ngelo xesha kucingwe kabusha kokuba lintoni inyathelo ezawuthathwa emva koko kwenziwe iplani enye.
Now, I'm suggesting to you that those two experts are in agreement with what General Mpembe says at paragraph 56 of his statement, which I read to you before tea.
Ndibeka ke kuwo ukuba ezingqali ezimbini ziyavumelana nombono kaGeneral Mpembe njengoba awubeka phaya kwi-statement sakhe.
Now, as National Commissioner, coming before this commission to talk about the good and the bad, the pros and cons of the operation, why did you not suggest to the Commission that there are points of criticism that you embrace that have come out either out of a debriefing session or out of the Potchefstroom conference?
Wena ke njengocommissioner ophethe amapolisa kuze lonke usuzibonile ezi zinto into onongayivezanga lento apha kwi-commission okokuba kukhona apho kwabakhona ukuphanza okuthize kwezi zinto zenzeka.
Let me start with your 4.86.
Mandiqala apha ku-4.86 njengoba
where you
ufunda.
ended. I have said a lot of circumstances have informed what happened on that day. And on 4.86, if you read that paragraph that you've just read, you talk about 16 protesters dead, others perceived to be a threat dispersed. There is something missing there. There is a group somewhere else that is running to bushes, still armed. In terms of what we saw in the pictures, there are people who are dispersing, there are people who are running to a bushy area, there are people who are dead. And I think those circumstances, those in operation, would have to be able to explain to us, to say, when they looked at all those circumstances, what informed the movement there? And you say General Mpembe is saying something else. He'll come here and answer. But I'm saying all those circumstances, we can't pick some and leave some. We must take all the circumstances into account so that a proper conclusion can be reached, taking everything into account.
Ndithi ukuze sifike esigqibeni esipheleleyo apha kufanele kujonge yonke into eyayenzeka ngaloo mini. Njengoba uthetha ngoGeneral Mpembe ukuba uthini uzawubizwa apha azochaza ngendlela ayibona ngayo. Xa usithi apha kwakusweleke abantu abangu-16 kukho ababongozi babebalekile. Xa sibona imifanekiso apha kwakukho abantu ababaleka bayozimela phaya emahlathini kumahlahla phaya abanye bephethe besaziphethe izixhobo zabo besexhobile.
On the Rover statement, as you're saying, the critical thing there is the ability of the equipment to further facilitate decision-making. Clearly, as indicated in that statement one, that becomes a weakness that could have conspired towards assisting, facilitating decision-making. But there are other elements and aspects, the situation, that I think the operational people would answer to say, with the radio not being there, what type of decision did you take? What was informing you? And they're going to come here to answer for themselves.
Xa sijonga esesikade Rover statement ke kukho apaveza khona okokuba kukho isixhobo esingasebenzanga kakuhle esesibizwa ngeanalog phaya. Bazawuza aba ke ababekho apho bakwazi ukuchaza okokuba bathatha izigqibo zini emva kokuba babonile ukuba lento ayisebenzi ngendlela.
And I think it would be wrong of me as a leader, without understanding all the weaknesses, the gaps that are there, to take a decision to say a wise decision would have been why. I would like all those issues to be considered, to be debated, to be understood. And then I would be able to say, indeed, having considered all, this is what would present a wise decision. At this point in time, those people must still come and present and argue all those circumstances that I've mentioned.
Kuyawuba into engafanelanga kokuba mna njengomphathi wabo ndenze isigqibo eso sezinto ezingazazi xa emva kokuba sebethethile aba bantu beveze zonke ezo meko nengxaki abahlangana nazo sizokwazika ukuthi okufanele kwenziwe ngolu hlobo nolu hlobo lento yonakala apha na apha.
So in conclusion on this point, you are not able or prepared to say to the chairperson and the commissioners, our expert and other experts have criticized us for not taking what would have been a wise decision between the happenings at scene 1 and scene 2, and that decision, in my view, was prevented from being taken for the reasons that are stated by at least the rover, who says there were problems created by the inability to communicate what was exactly happening. We are not prepared to make that statement to this commission.
Awuzimiselanga kokuba uyivuma lonto kokuba hayi ndiyavumelana no rover apha esithi emva kokuba ke lesixhobo singasebenzanga kakuhle kwakufanele kuthathwe izigqibo zini.
When you started asking this question, you put two words, able and prepared.
Sebenzise amagama amabili apha angafananiyo elithi ukuzimisela.
Able, you're not prepared, but if you're not able, then the question of your preparedness doesn't come into it.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to use those two. Preparedness I am, once I have a full understanding of and all inputs from the experts and from the commanders and everybody, I would be prepared to take a position. What I'm not now is able to do that because this process is still rolling out.
I shall move to the fifth point on page 22, which is paragraph 4.2.13. of Mr. White's statement.
Sisekhona apha kwi-statement sikamhlekazi White, page 22.
It reads as follows. Fifthly, the SAPS have provided a great deal of video evidence in relation to the events occurring before and after the shootings of 13 and 16 August, but there has been no police video provided which documents the shooting incidents. This may be, as the police contend, that none exists. However, given the Standing Order 262 requirement and the principles of good public order policing, that video operators document operations. It is that video operators document operations. It is surprising that a fuller explanation has not been given for the absence of any such video.
Uthi ke apha into yesihlanu ukuthi amapolisa ayaveza imfanekiso yevideo emininzi ngezehlakalo zomhla ka13 kude kube ngomhla ka16 kodwa ke akuvelanga mfanekiso apho kudujulwana khona into emangazayo kokuba yintoni ingaveli lonto ngoba phansi komthetho we-Standing Order 262 sisidingo esokokuba kuvezwe umfanekiso ophelele wesehlakalo esinjengesi.
Yes, Mr. Semenya.
Chair, in fairness, the witness must be told that slide 170 of Exhibit L does offer an explanation.
Uthi umhlekazi Siminya slide 107 siyibonisa kakuhle lento athetha ngayo umhlekazi.
May I take a second to consider slide 170, Chair?
Need more than just 1 second.
Thank you, Chair. This time, so they never return. Thank you, Chairperson, for my learned friend alerting me to the relevant slide. Commissioner, it appears from the slide 170 of Exhibit L that at 13:25 on 16 August 2012, the video operators withdrew for the reasons that are stated in the slide. Is there any explanation that why arrangements were not made to continue the video wing of the scene as required by standing orders?
Uchaza apha kokuba ngesehlakalo sasenzeka apho aba bebephethe ivideo bathi ukuhlehlela umva khona isizathu esingenza ukuba bangaphindi babuyele.
First bullet of slide 170 explains what happened, what was precipitating the withdrawal of the video operators.
Of the police.
Matter that presumably will have to be canvassed with the video operators, because if every time video operators are told they might be attacked, as indeed other members of the police on the scene might be attacked, they withdraw, then of course the whole purpose of having video recordings made of public order policing operations will be defeated. But that's not a matter to be debated with this witness, I would think. Maybe it can be debated with the Captain Andrea or the video operators themselves. If you call them, are you going to call them?
We're going to lead such evidence as is required, Chair. I don't know if we should get there, but they are there. They will be called. If
you see, it may be a matter in respect to which recommendations may be called for at the very least, because if it's important that there be video recordings of public order policing operations, and if every time there's a whiff of sulfur in the air, the video operators withdraw to protect themselves, then the whole purpose of having video recordings, as I said, will be defeated. And so that's a matter we don't have to debate with the present witness, but we may have to have evidence on that to enable us to make proper recommendations in this regard. So something you must bear in mind, please. And the evidence leaders will also presumably bear it in mind. And if they think the evidence is required and you don't call the witnesses, they may have to subpoena them. Mr. Malindi, would you like to continue?
Kubenikeza incazelo umhlekazi apha xa sisijonga kule slide sithi bahlehla umva aba ngoba bafumene ingxelo yokuba kukho aba baqhankqalaza babaholo ukuba bazimpimpi zamapolisa ngako bahlehlela umva bosoyikela ubomi babo xa kunjalo ukuthi umhlekazi kuyawudinga ukubizwa inqina njengomhlekazi uAdrio ozokwazi ukuyichaza loo nto.
Thank you, Chairperson. It is a matter that will be dealt with other police officers.
I understand it raises difficult questions because, there is the question of the safety of the video operators to be considered as well. But perhaps Captain White or Colonel Hendricks or Mr. De Rover can tell us what international best practice is in this regard, whether it's expected of video operators to leave the scene when there's a whiff of sulfur in the air. But that's a matter we don't have to debate this morning.
Absolutely.
Sizawuthemba ukuva kwezingqalini ezibizayo kokuba kwenziwani kwamanye amazwe xa ubomi bentatheli busengozini okokuba zifanele zenzeni ntoni.
National Commissioner, may we move to 4.3 on page 22?
Singaqhubeka siye ku 4.20.
And National Commissioner, the criticism here is of the mindset of the police at the scene. The criticism is that all 3,000 people gathered there were characterized in a manner that left very little option in the minds of the police present, that they were dealing with people that should have been the target of police action. Such characterization includes characterizing them as unruly and very aggressive, that all, emphasize, are armed with extremely dangerous weapons, that they were characterized as militants and similar characterization. Do you agree that when police conduct crowd management, their mindset should be that of not painting everyone in the group with the same brush, so to speak?
Umbuzo uyavuma kokuba abantu xa kukho izihlwele ezinjengezi zingamawaka amathathu akufanele bajongwe njengabantu abanenjongo enye, ukuthi ke abo bantu kukho abanye abanenjongo ezohlukile bangathathwa bonke njengezophula umthetho, njengabantu abahlomile, njengabantu abaxhomile abayokophula umthetho phaya.
Mr. Semenya?
Chair, the question calls for a conjectural answer from the witness, which can be helpful. She can't opine on the mindset of those people who are on the operation. She was not even there.
Mhlekazi uSiminya uthi lo mbuzo awufanelanga ubuzwe elingqina belingekho apho alikwazi ukwazi ukuba kwakuhamba nezingqondweni zabanye abantu babelapho ngelo xesha.
Chairperson, this witness is the National Commander, National Commissioner. According to the prescripts, as she says, the policies of crowd management, it is emphasized, and we will find references, that approaching a crowd that needs to be managed, the police must gather enough information to identify and isolate people that need to be acted upon differently from other people who are participants, in this case, in a demand for a wage increase. There must have been many people who were there just supporting the call for an increase in salary and should not be characterized as militants, as warriors, and as aggressive, making them an easy target for police action, which is unwarranted. I submit that the witness, as in her position, should comment about the appropriateness of her officers that Mr. White mentions in this section as having characterized some members of this crowd as such.
Let me put it to you this way, National Commissioner.
Mr.
Mr. White, as you see, quotes the statement of Brigadier Collitz, which, as he points out, was significantly made before the Potchefstroom meeting. In that statement, Brigadier Collitz used the expression, talking of the protesters, that they all acted as one group, all of them associated themselves with the actions of each other, all of them had a single intention and goal. And so, based upon that statement by Brigadier Collitz, Mr. White comes to the conclusion that Brigadier Collitz treated the crowd as a single entity. I think Council is asking you to comment upon whether you, as National Commissioner, consider it appropriate in this kind of operation for, I think Brigadier Collitz was the commanding officer, for commanding officers of the police engaged in public order policing operations to treat the members of the crowd as one group. I think that's your question, Mr. Melinda.
Exactly, Chairperson.
Perhaps you can answer that, Brigadier. National Commissioner. My formulation of the question too, Mrs. Melinda.
It would provoke another objection.
Well, can I overrule your objection, or shall I hear you first?
Preferably with
I think I put the question fairly, but if I didn't, please tell me why.
Chair, this is an expert opinion. To be tested with a witness that's not an expert would provoke the second objection I'm raising.
Well, I would have thought that that's a point to be raised by the witness rather than by you. So shall we allow Council to put the question? You put the question's been put, Mr. Melinda. National Commissioner, do you want to answer?
Ubuza ukuba uzakwazi ukuphendula na uCommissioner emva kokuba abuzwa okokuba yena njengoCommissioner ophethe uyibona kanjani lento eyabona nguKhaleso kokuba aba bantu abajonge bonke njengezaphula mthetho ezifananayo ezixhobile ezinanjongonye uthi ngoba abanye baba bantu babeye lapha yana ngokuqhankqalazela ukufuna ukuphakamiselwa imivuzo.
Judge, that section talks about mindset. And reading people's mind is another thing. And the statement is made by a commander who will come here. They can ask him about that statement. And all I can say and repeat what I've said previously is that what, in my opinion, would be of concern would be any armed protesters, whether they are 2, 75, 300, or 3,000, that would concern me.
Uthi uGeneral ke yena lento iya nento esengqondweni yomuntu ngako ke akakwazi ukuphendulela into yayicinga ngomnye umuntu lo muntu okuthethwa ngayo uzawubizwa apha njengenqina le mbuzo uzokwazi ukuyiphendula into ayithethile uGeneral yena kokuba ke ujonga abantu abaxhobile noma mnye noma babili noma ngamakhulu amangaki njengabantu ekufanele ukuthi bajonge njengabantu abanjalo.
Chairperson, I will not insist on an answer. It will be a matter to be argued. And
Mr. Semenya is right. It's really a matter for an expert witness. This witness doesn't profess to be an expert in this matter. So I don't know if her answer with respect would carry the matter any further one way or the other.
Qinihlalo uvumelana noGeneral okokuba lo mbuzo lona into ethethwa zingqalizo osinolwazi ngalento yena akayonqali kulaa nto izawuphendula zizo xa zifika apha.
I will move now to page 24, Mr. White's criticism of the planning under paragraph 4.4.
Lindy, again, I don't want to be unduly difficult, but these questions, of course, will in due course be put to those responsible for the planning. Is the National Commissioner likely to be in a position to help us to decide whether these criticisms of Mr. White are correct or not? She's told us she thinks it was a good plan, and I'm sure she does. Whether her opinion in the matter is correct is a matter we'll have to decide, but I'm not sure that we'll decide it on the basis of any argument, views expressed by her. It's really a matter for us, for the experts to talk about, isn't that so? And for us to consider what they have to say. I don't want to stop you unduly, but I do want to save time so that we don't cover matters with the witness that, to be fair, we can't really expect her to deal with in any helpful way.
Umhlekazi apha masi zame ukuba singachithi ixesha ngokuba kubuzwe imibuzo ephathelene nabanye abantu abazonikeza ubungqina apha abazawubizwa banolwazi namava ngalozo zinto.
Chairperson, I concede that the vast extent of this section, it's matter that should be put appropriately to the generals and other officers who would be coming here. I would, however, put one or two general statements to the Commissioner and get her reaction.
Ndizawubuza nje imibuzo embini ku-General, uCommissioner ukuba aphendule.
National Commissioner, you have had an opportunity to read Mr. White's statement.
Andithi uyafumana ithuba lokuba ufunde istatement sikamhlekazi White.
Having done so, do you insist that the plan or plans that were developed between 10 August and 16 August as amended and supplemented remain the good plans that you have insisted that they were?
Xa usufunde ese statement salomhlekazi White ujonga iplan ezenziwa phaya kusuka ngomhla ka-10 kuze kube 16 usatsho nangokuba ziplan bezizinhle zifanele ukuba zisetshenziswe.
I really believe that we had put together a good plan as the police.
Sakholelana ngoko ukuba iplan sasiyibekile yayinhle ifanele.
And it was disrupted.
Kwase kuba khona ke ukuba iphazamiseke.
Mr. De Rover saying the extreme cost to life was a consequence of the plans of 16 August.
No, there's no way Mr.
Did
Rover
Rover
said
say that?
Uthi uDe Rover usho kanjalo bathi cha ayinyo akayithethanga loo nto uDe Rover okokuba isehlakalo ze-16 zabangwa iplan eyayidrawwe ngamapolisa.
Where does he say that?
I will find the reference, Chairperson.
Manthi ke umhlekazi makasijongele apho uDe Rover ethetha la mazwi khona.
Chairperson, if you may bear with me for a second.
Yes, I will, but I would have expected you to have had this passage in front of you before you put the question.
Endicinga uba uyiphethe phambi kwakho le nto uyivezayo umhlekazi.
Chairperson, may we go to paragraph 59? It might be helpful.
Criticise the plan there, does he?
I will rephrase my question, Chairperson.
Good idea.
Umbuzo wami uzawujika ndiwubuze ngolu hlobo.
National Commissioner, do you still insist that the deaths and injuries at Marikana were not as a consequence of crowd management operations as occurred in Marikana?
Not sure that that question is perhaps as clear as it should be. On the surface, obviously it seems to be in order, but I think the implication is as a culpable consequence. I understand the crowd management operations led to shots being fired, led to people dying. But the question for us to decide is not simply whether there's a causal connection, but whether if there's a culpable connection. And your question, admittedly, you didn't use the word culpable, but it sounded to me as it was implied. So perhaps you could reformulate it to make it clear whether you are interested in culpability or simple factual causation.
Ngoba uthetha ngokuthi konzakala abantu abangakiphaya kodwa ke awusho kokuba imbangela yokusweleka kwabo bantu kwakuyisenzo esasingafaneleni nokuthi ke kwaba yintoni imbangela yaso. Awubuzi lo mbuzo awucacanga.
I will make another attempt, Chairperson, and National Commissioner, you have testified that the plan was good and that the plan was disrupted. That's your evidence.
Yes, I have testified that.
Mr. White criticizes the plan for various reasons.
White ke uyayihlaba le plan ngezizathu ezithize ezininzi.
In summary, he says the poor planning, the poor execution led to the tragic death of 44 people and many injuries.
Uthi ke ngamafuphi kwaba yile plan engengeyinhle eyaba imbangela yokusweleka kwaba bantu abade babe ngu44.
Chair, Mr. White does not ascribe the plan with the death of 44.
Akukho apho iplan yakhe ithetha ngabantu
The other 10 had nothing to do
We
with.
couldn't have dealt with the 44, as Mr. Semenya says, because we're only busy with 34. So let's take the other 10 out. They're not linked in any way to the plan.
We will take the other 10 out of the plan that was implemented on 16 August 2012.
Asithetha ngeplan
Let's go back to go and
eyasetshenziswa
start again.
nge-16.
Let's go back to go and start again.
Yes. Mr. White criticizes the plan, which he says it's poor, the poor planning, poor execution led to the deaths of 34 people and many injuries.
Beka ngolo hlobo ke White okokuba iplan le eyayingeyinhle engasetshenziswanga ngendlela efanele eyaba imbangela yokusweleka kwaba bantu abangu34 nge-16.
Do you still insist that the Commission should not find that the deaths were as a consequence of a poor plan?
Usasho nangoku okokuba
That's not simple as that. That's a double question. Her case is it was a good plan. She says it was disrupted and that led to the problem. Whether her statements in that regard are correct is a matter that we don't have to debate now. It's one of the things we'd have to decide in the court at the end of the evidence. But she doesn't say anything about bad planning. Her case is good planning. And so it's not fair to ask a question like that, which in fact is a double question disguised as a single question. So perhaps you should reformulate it in a way that avoids that difficulty.
uthiwa makabuze umbuzo bemnye ngexesha angayibuzi bembini njengoba uke waphendula ugeneral ukuba iplan eyenziwa yaba nokuphazanyiswa.
Take it further. Look, I think we've put it with stalemate. I'm not sure we're moving forward. Her case is it's a good plan. There was disruption. That's why the problems happened that happened. She's made it clear she's not really able, as an expert, to defend the goodness of the plan. That's a matter for the experts. Her belief is it's a good plan. And as I've said, whether she's correct or not is a matter we'll have to decide, not on the basis of her evidence, but the basis of other evidence. So I don't know, with respect, there's any point in taking the point further with her. We know what her stance is. Whether it's correct or not, we will have to decide not on the basis of what she says, but what the other witnesses say. Isn't that correct?
That's correct, Chairperson. I will move on.
Bamanye amanqina ukuba athini ngale plan ngoba njengoba esitshena ukuba iplan lena uyibona yena kwakuyinto ayilungile wotsho kokuba yaphazanyiswa okokuba yayinhle kangakanani sawuva ngabo bantu benza iplan ngoba yena akangcali ekwenzeni ezo plan.
National Commissioner, may I invite you to look at Professor Christoph Heinz's statement, which I believe has been placed before you.
Statement is Professor Haynes.
I understand it's not an exhibit yet, Chairperson.
Ndifakuthiwa sikavezwa apha njenge exhibit.
It would be exhibit triple F24.
Yes, good.
Do I have a copy? Yeah, I do. Must be here.
Professor Haynes' statement, which we were given yesterday, also has some annexes, 3 annexes. Now, are you going to refer to them at all? Must we mark them also as exhibits, or are they all to be regarded as covered by the description triple F24?
I should suggest that they should be covered as part of the annexure.
So
and
triple F24, therefore, is the statement by Professor Haynes with annexes.
with annexures. We will paginate.
The statement quotes extensively from the annexes, and the annexes, I take it, are really annexed so we can verify the correctness of the quotations. But anyway, let's regard it all as one.
Thank you,
Okay,
Chair.
carry on.
And we will provide an index of this statement with annexures. Yeah. Well, they are set out anyway in the last page.
It might be helpful possibly to paginate them from
Paginate,
one to the end, so that we don't have to. So if we had to find something later in the middle of one of the annexes, we can find it more quickly. But anyway, let's not waste time on that for the moment.
Thank you, Chairperson. National Commissioner, could you please turn to page 4 of that statement and to paragraph 9. And if you are there, you will see that from paragraph 9 up to paragraph 13, Professor Haynes deals with the international legal framework. Can you see that?
I note that.
Xa sifunda apha kwi-statements kaProfessor Haynes kuyabonakala ukuba kusuka apha ku-9 kuyofika ku-13 uthetha apho ngamalungelo akhona kulizwe umhlaba wonke.
And in your...
Before you carry on, I must tell you I had a problem when I read Professor Haynes' statement last night. As far as I could see, he doesn't get off the fence and say at the end whether he regards, as an expert in the field, the South African domestic legislation and other provisions as being falling short of what is required in international law. We have the Regulation of Gatherings Act, which, as we know, was prepared by a committee of the Goldstone Commission, presided over by an eminent jurist who was a professor at Harvard. I've never ever seen anyone criticize that statute as being in any way deficient in terms of international law or otherwise. So that's where we start. We've then got a series of standing orders which were compiled, as we understand it, under the direction of Mr. Bezos's expert, Colonel Hendricks. Again, an endeavor to provide South African police with world best practice in this field. And then since then, the standing orders have been glossed, as I put it, by 2 documents that we've been referred to. And there are also policy documents of the police. Now, it's one thing to say these are the legal provisions that apply, and they are defective. Another thing to say these are the legal provisions that apply, but the conduct of the police at the relevant time falls short of even the domestic provisions that apply. Now, Professor Haynes didn't help us in that at all. So I don't know where you're going with this statement of Professor Haynes. Professor Haynes obviously is a very eminent jurist, authority in this field. We listen with great respect to what he says. But he doesn't really help us, as I see it so far. He talks about another report later, I think. But on the points that I put to you. So is there any point at this stage in canvassing these matters with the witness?
Chairperson, it's only one point that relates to policy formulation, which I'm sure the National Commissioner will say they embrace the adoption of international frameworks, and in the development of crowd management policy going forward, they will embrace that. That will be the only value of Professor Haynes.
I don't want to stop you. I just tell you my difficulty I had when I read these papers last night. And I hope you'll bear that in mind as you proceed.
Thank you.
Apha umqiniselo bechazela umhlekazi Malindo kokuba uye wayifunda lento ayibeka phambi kwethu ngoku. Uprofessor Haynes uthi njengokubona kwakhe akukho apho aluncedo khona kakhulu ngoba yonke lento athetha ngayo apha zimithetho esinayo esivumelana nayo njengale standing order esithethe ngazo apha zikhona apha umthetho yokulawulwa kwezihlele ikhona apha imithetho yokuhlangana kwezihlele public gatherings access.
I think I'm correct in saying Professor Haynes, he's still the professor, still have a chair, in fact, at the University of Pretoria. So he is not only the special rapporteur to the United Nations, he also is a South African jurist.
He still is, Chairperson.
Yeah. So he's obviously in a very good position to help us if there are points in that regard which we need assistance on. But my only problem was reading what you have put before us so far. He doesn't give us that instruction that perhaps it's necessary we should receive. So anyway, I won't stop you further, but you understand my difficulties.
I do, Chairperson.
Yabona ubunzima nabo andanqanda ke nokubuzana imibuzo ngoba le professor ikhona yalapha ekhaya xa idingeka izaba luncedo kakhulu ukuthi.
National Commissioner, do you accept as the policy engineer of the SAPS in your current position?
No.
Fair to call her the policy engineer. I mean,
Yeah,
she's the commander in chief. She got various people working under her. But I mean, if she wants to plead guilty to formulating the policy, I won't stop her. But I doubt very much whether that's what she's going to say. She certainly never said anything of that kind up to now. And to call her the policy engineer is, I think, subject to what Mr. Mendian will say, is inappropriate in the circumstances. So perhaps you could say the person ultimately responsible for policy, you could put it that way, but that's a different concept, isn't it?
No, even that chair would be inconsistent with the provision of the Constitution. Policy is that of the minister. She is enjoined to implement policy. She is not a policy maker.
You are correct, Mr. Mendian. I was wrong. Thank you for correcting me.
I
I take it that matters of policy being an issue, we will in due course see the minister sitting in the witness chair, and you can ask him about the policy, but you can't ask this. You can ask questions, but there'd be a waste of time, I would think. Rather address them to the appropriate person.
Thank you, Chairperson. That was an unfortunate exaggeration of the National Commissioner's
I also
position.
fell in error to some extent, and I'm glad that we've both been corrected.
ngempazamo ayenzile okokuba iCommission yenza umthetho bechazela ba Commissioner ngumuntu owenza kokuba leyo mthetho isebenze bantu abaphansi kwakhe yenziwa phaya nguminister.
Commissioner, this will be a short discussion between the two of us on Professor Haynes. I have pointed to the paragraphs that Professor Haynes contains international frameworks that countries are encouraged to embrace. Is that something I'm sure you agree with me that in your policy implementation within the SAPS and in particular crowd management, you will embrace.
Uthi limithetho ethetha ngayo apha uHaynes ngesetshenziswa kuwo onke amazwe omhlaba ndiyethemba ukuba nawe yavumelana nokokuba nalapha kuthi ifanele isetshenziswe ngayo le ndlela ekuvunyelene ngayo.
As a consumer of policy designed by the minister as appositely corrected in this environment, I do hope that when that policy comes to us, those considerations are taken into account.
Njengomuntu osebenzisa imithetho ke esinikezwa yona ngaba baphethe ngqo xa ifika ukuthi lo mthetho sokuyisebenzisa ngaloo ndlela ibekwe ngayo.
Like the other experts, Professor Haynes has indicated that this is his preliminary statement, and he would provide a fuller statement at the appropriate time, and he will urge the Commission to make recommendations along the lines of international frameworks. It's something that you would also embrace.
Uza kuyamkela naloo nto athetha ngayo kuba apha nje sisicalo esukuzawuthemva kwexesha abhale umqulu ophelele azawucela okokuba le commission yenze isindululo sokuba isetshenziswe ngaloo ndlela.
I do believe that his inputs, like many other inputs of the other experts, would be part of the medley of inputs that are going to bring out an outcome for this commission, and we'll look into those.
Ndinethemba laloo nto kokuba njengezinye ingcali naye ke xa sekufakwe eyakhe siza kuzijonga zonke ezo zinto zizonke.
And if you look at page 14 of his report, the preliminary report, paragraph 41.5, you will see that he states that international standards in respect of the use of force by the police centers around necessity and proportionality, firearms should be used only to prevent grievous bodily harm and death.
Uyayibona le ngxelo ayibekayo phaya ukuba xa kunesidingo sokuba kusetyenziswe izigala kwizenzo ezinjengalezi zamapolisa, imiphu kufanele isetyenziswe njengesixhobo sokugqibela xa kukho ubungozi bokuba kuzawusweleka abantu noma benzakaliswe.
Says lethal force may be used intentionally only if the objective is to protect life and less harmful measures are inadequate. Can you see that?
Uyasho kokuba ekukhuseleni impilo yomuntu kufanele kusetshenziswe amandla angagqithiswanga kwenzeke okokuba kungabikho ukusweleka kwabantu, kusetshenziswe izindlela ezingenabo ubungozi.
Is it suggested that paragraph 11 of Standing Order General 262 is not in accordance with what's stated in paragraph 41.5 of Professor Haynes' report?
Uxela ukuba lento ayifunda apha
Minimum force
khona
must be
nakumthetho
used,
i-standing order.
proportionate to the seriousness of the situation, the threat posed. I mean, are these matters that you can raise with the general? Is any with the National Commission? Is there any point, in fact, in debating it with her, unless there's something specific that's to be put in that regard? But if it's not
Lento
your case,
ayifunda apha umhlekazi
the standing
ikhona
order is
kumthetho
defective in that
wamapolisa
respect,
lobizwa
then why
ngokuthi
waste time
standing
asking
order.
these questions of the witness?
Chairperson, is merely because he will come with a fuller statement, and having considered the evidence, he may have further commentary. There's no contention that there's inconsistency. Both
The fuller statement, what's in the fuller statement can be put to the police witnesses, but I mean, absent that, there's nothing to put to the witness at the moment, surely, is there?
Xa singakabikho eso statement esigcwele unayo ke into othanda ukuthi uyibeke ngaso apha kweli ngxelo.
I agree, Chairperson, safe to say that there's common cause that the South African policies and on crowd management, as Gary White has also said, they are fairly compatible with international standards. And I'm going to jump around, just looking at a few things that I think should be canvassed in full before I end my cross-examination.
Phambi kokuba afike ekugqibeleni ke uzawuthi ujonga bona ukuba kukhona into ethize noma mhlawumbe ethize angakayibekanga apha ude iphendule.
National Commissioner, yesterday I suggested to you that some senior police officers were informed by lawmen that there would be a protest on the 10th of August 2012. Do you remember that?
Yakhumbula izolo ndixela ukuba kukho amapolisa aphezulu phayana ezikhundla eziphakeme axelelwa ngulonmini okokuba kukhokelo okokuba kuzawubakho uqhankqalazo oluzawuqala nge-10.
Yes, I recall that.
Ndiyayikhumbula loo ntetho.
Okay, I just want to put that more accurately, and in doing so, I would like you to look at Exhibit L.
Mandiyicacise kabanzi ke le nto kokuba sijonge apha ku-Exhibit L. Slide.
Slide 12.
Slide number 12.
So what I wanted to put to you stands there, and it reads that on 9 August 2012, the Marikana police station received information about a protest march the following day. The public-
Nge-9 zika-August amapolisa asemarikana afumana umyalelo ukuba kuyawubakho uqhankqalazo nge-9 ngoMarch imini elandelayo.
The Public Order Policing Unit of Rustenburg was notified about the protest march in order to provide assistance.
Kwaziwa ke amapolisa lawe pop yase-Rustenburg ukuba khona apho azokwazi ukuba luncedo.
VisPol, known as Visible Policing of the Marikana Police Station, supported by POP of Rustenburg, which totaled 29 members, were mobilized to handle the gathering and the march on Friday, 10 August 2012.
Kwasekwenziwa ke amalungiselelo okuba kubekho amapolisa e-VisPol, Visible Policing asemarikana, ancedwa ngamapolisa e-pop yase-Rustenburg kwaba ngamapolisa angu-29 asewonke okokuba azojongana nezilwele ngoMarch ngolwesihlanu.
In regard to knowledge of senior police officers, I'm referring to the statement of Major General Naidu. Is it an exhibit? No. It's not an exhibit yet. I will just read the paragraph that is relevant. It's not a long paragraph.
Awufunda apha kwi-statement sika-General Naidu kodwa asikamngeni njengobungqina. Awufunda.
It says, on Saturday, 2012, 08/11, that's 11 August 2012, at approximately 10 hours, I received a telephone call from the Provincial Commissioner, Northwest Province, Lieutenant General Mbombo, in connection with unrest at the Lonmin mine in Marikana, Rustenburg cluster. She had received a call from the Lonmin mine management in connection with a situation of unrest and instructed I assist the cluster with additional resources to address the situation. I immediately contacted Brigadier Khalidz, the provincial head Operational Response Services, as Major General Mpembe, the Deputy Provincial Commissioner, Operational Services, was on vacation leave. I instructed Brigadier Khalidz to supplement the deployment of public order police personnel at the Lonmin mine on a 24-hour basis until Monday so that the situation can be adequately policed.
Uchaza phaya kokuba wafumana umnxeba owawuvela watsho kokuba kukhona oluqhankqalazo olukhona phaya eLonmin bafumene umnxeba wabesenikeza ke imiyalelo ukuba kwandiswe amapolisa abekhona phaya ahlale kude kube sekupheleni kwalonto.
I just wanted to clarify that statement of how the protest was initially reported.
Uthi apha ke ngichaza okokuba iyaripotwa kanjani lento ekucaleni kwayo oluqhankqalazo lwaliphaya.
National Commissioner, you have been asked many questions about your interactions with the Minister of Police.
Yewabuzwa imibuzo emininzi ke National Commissioner ngokucamshelana kwakho no mphathiswa.
Do you record communications with the Minister in any form?
Ukho apho uzibhala khona uzirekhoda khona xa uthintana naye uminister.
I've already answered that question, and I've said I use a multiplicity of ways.
Yenda uphendula lo mbuzo ukuba ngiqhamshana naye ngendlela ezininzi ezohlukahlukene.
Answer the question. The question is, do you record them? In other words, is there, once you've communicated with the minister, is there any record thereafter of the nature of the communication? I think that's the question Council's asking you.
Umbuzo kokuba uyazirekhoda na ezo zinto xa uthintene no minister urekhoda kokuba uye wathetha naye ngento ethize nethize.
Judge, this is why I talk about multiplicity of ways. When I talk to the minister on a cell phone, I don't come and write minutes of my cell phone communication.
Uthi xa ndithetha naye nge-cellphone andibhali minutes emva kokuba ndigqibile ukuba bendithetha ntoni nantoni naye.
But when I sit in a meeting with him that is structured, I would have an agenda, and then we'll have minutes.
Xa kukho intlanganiso naye apho kukho i-agenda kubhalwa imizuzu minutes.
In some instances, if we're communicating by email, there'll be an email. So I wouldn't, the recording would, it's diverse. It's a
Xa ndithetha naye nge-emails kubakho i-email esele apho zininzi izindlela zokucamkela.
Do you also note them in any form, like a diary?
Akukho i-diary apho uyubhale khona.
I think the answer that I've given, I don't record my to say on this day I phoned the minister. On this day I sat with the minister. I
Andibhali
don't.
ngolo hlobo kokuba ngale mini ndiye ndafonela uminister kulena andimfonelanga kule ndimfonele njalo njalo.
In this instance of communicating about the incidents of Marikana, if you come across any recordal, whether by email or a note in a diary or in any document, you'll be prepared to make it available to the Commission.
Kwesihlakalo saseMarikana xa ungafumana mhlawumbe i-record ethize email noma ntontoni uza kuzimisela ukuyizisa siyibone.
I have shared the written communication that I have, and that's the internal communication that I sent, copied him on when I sent it to the president. Otherwise, I don't remember writing anything.
Ndiye ndimnikeze ikopi xa ndithetha naye ezi ziyawuthi kupresident andikhumbuli ke ezinye zikho.
Which I've submitted to the commission, also the internal communication.
Phande kwezi ezizithunyelwe apha kwi-commission.
And if you communicated by SMS, there will be a record.
Xa uke wathinta naye nge-SMS kuyawakho i-record yaloo nto.
If I did that, there would be, SMSs are always
Xa bendiyenzileyo nto izawubakho i-SMS.
In response to one of the questions, you indicated that you were invited as SAPS by a mine whose economic activity was being affected. did we record your response to fairly accurately? My net friend George Bezos's question.
I don't
I'm sorry, Mr.
understand your
Chairperson.
question.
If the question could be repeated, I didn't follow it either.
In response to a question by my learned friend, Mr. Bezos, you said something to the effect that SAPS, SAPS were invited by a mine, I take it Lonmin, by the mine Lonmill, whose economic activity was being affected. Do you remember that answer?
Uyakhumbula usithi kumbuzo bobuzo umhlekazi uBezos na bizwa imine inimemo kokuba imema uSAPS okokuba kukho into eyenzekayo phaya nantsika mayelana nomnotho wayo.
Yes, I do. And you've just referred to slide 12, which started showing how we got involved as subs. That's what you...
Uthethe exhibit L, slide 12, apho kwaba khona oluqhagamshelana nemai.
And I'm sure you'll also touch a little bit of that on Naidu's statement. The statement of General Mbombo will also touch on that.
Na kwi-statements kaNaidu uye wayiveza loo nto no General Mbombo uza kuyiveza intetho enjengaleyo.
And you did so because Lonmin was one of the stakeholders in this whole incident. Am I correct?
Nayenza loo nto ngoba iLonmin ingomnye waba iparty eziphathelene nale nto eyayisenzeka phaya.
We did so because Lonmin is an economic citizen of this country. Before the commission happened, they're an economic citizen, and we have to protect and ensure that they are able to undertake their economic activity like any other one under an environment that where there is law enforcement, where there is public order. That's what we did. The commission wasn't there. We were not looking at ourselves as police, but they were just an economic citizen of this country.
Sayenza le nto ke ngokokuba iLonmin phela ingenye yekampani ezikhoyo apha ezenza umnotho njengabahlali bonke xa kwenzeka into enjengalena apho kufuneka khona umthetho uthatha indima yayo siyayenza loo nto siyenze ngolo hlobo ke.
Now in line with clause 3 of the standing orders 3 sub 2, you would have considered in the same breath the community of Nkaneng as part of those stakeholders or role players to whom you should have whom you should have visited in order to achieve the objectives of proactive conflict resolution.
Nabahlali ke baseNkaneng bekufanele ubajonge ngayo loo ndlela ubonijonga ngayo uLonmin njengabantu abathintekayo nabo kule nto lena.
Our being here was to take care of citizens of this country, economic, social, and otherwise.
Ukubakho kwethu apha jonga ukhuselo lwabantu bonke abangabahlali ngezindlela ezohlukile.
National Commissioner, in conclusion, may I put a few statements which will be what we will argue amongst others at the end of the commission.
Mandibeke kuwe istatement ezithize nje zimbala okuzoba ingxelo yethu xa sekukho intetho mpikiswano apha kwi-commission ekugqibeleni.
Firstly, that the SAPS failed to gather information and intelligence that would have made them foresee and prepare to meet or respond adequately to the incidents of 10 to 16 August 2012.
Sizawubeka okokuba ama-SAPS amapolisa aphanza ukufumanani ingxelo nezinto eziza kwenzeka ukuba bazijonge kahle phakathi komhla ka-10 nomhla ka-16.
Chair.
Mr. Semenya?
In fairness, we must be told in what respect the intelligence that was gathered was inadequate. I know where the statement comes from, but it's not explained in what respect it was inadequate.
We even get there. Can we expect this witness to answer that? I can understand operational commanders can be asked about the intelligence gathering that was done, the information they got. But is there any point in asking this witness about that? Any answer she gives would be of a hearsay nature. That's what she was told. Is it going to help us take the matter forward in any way?
Uthi umgcinisihlalo awuncedi ngalutho lo mbuzo ngoba noma angaphendula
See, you don't have to put all
uCommissioner
your
kuyoba
criticism
ingxelo ayive ngabanye.
of the police service's actions to this witness. You could obviously, in fairness, you have to put them to representatives of the police so they can deal with them. But I'm not sure that generalized statements of this kind put to this witness are going to help us forward.
Bona uzawuba luncedo umbuzo njengaloyo okokuba
I don't want to discourage you from asking questions, but I would want to discourage you from asking questions that aren't going to help us at all.
Chairperson, I agree totally that the 10 or so propositions that I would put to this witness will be a repetition of what we've already put to her. And it was just in the usual style of advocacy that you give a witness an opportunity to
The only witness called by the police, I can understand that. But your expert, most of these points, if not all, come from your expert statement. Your expert's going to give evidence. He's going to be cross-examined by Mr. Semenya. The police are going to have experts, or an expert, to deal with his evidence. The operational commanders will in a sense, be experts themselves, able to deal with the matter. So I wouldn't have thought there'd be any prejudice to the police if you don't put these questions to this witness. But Mr. Semenya wants you to put the questions. I won't stop you. Do you want him to put all these points to the witness?
I don't know what they are, Chair, but if they are of the nature that I'm objecting to, I'll repeat my objections.
You're putting these questions,
you then have objections. We just waste time. I mean, let's use the time gainfully and not wastefully.
Chairperson, it will be a waste of time. She will not be able to respond to them, considering her response to what I have put to her about what our experts will say. We rest our cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Mpofu.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, what I propose to do, seeing that it's close to lunch, I was in any event going to start with some preliminary matter before I get to the cross-examination proper. So could I just deal with that before the lunch?
Cross-examine until 1 o'clock, and then we'll stop.
Take it from there. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Umhlekazi uMpofu ngoku uzawubuza kude kube 1 emva koko sibuye ke.
Good afternoon, General.
Good afternoon.
Police General, enkosi.
As I've just indicated, I just want to deal with some preliminary issues just to kind of situate the discussion that you and I are going to have.
Thanda nje ukubeka izinto ezizawuboniswa kokuba into esawuthetha ngayo imayelana nantoni.
And I just want to start on a positive note to say that you and I know each other. But for the sake of protocol, I represent the injured and arrested people.
Nawe siyazana ke mandixele ukuba apha ndimele aba bantu abonzakala nababoshwa.
Let me also agree that I know you, but I represent the police.
Ewe mandisho ukuba nami ndiyakwazi ke kodwa apha ndime egameni lamapolisa.
Yes, that's now, I just want to say one thing emanating from the fact that I know you, and speaking for myself, just that knowing the person that you are, I do not believe the suggestion that you laughed at the people who were affected by this tragedy. Can you accept that?
Mandithi ke njengomuntu okwaziyo ke andikholelanga nyani lento yokuba wavela wahleka phaya kwaba abantu bebavelele ilento.
Advocate Mpofu, I've actually debunked that right at the beginning of my testimony.
Yes.
Ndiye ndayiveza loo nto ukuba inyani ayiyona inyani ekuqaleni nje kobungqina bam.
Yes, I know you did, but the real point I wanted to make is that to some of the people who are affected who don't know you as well as I do, they may believe that, and I just wanted to say that you need not hear in a kind of a public fashion, maybe even thereafter, to engage with them somehow and deal with those kinds of issues. Would you accept that?
Ndithi ke mna into ebendithanda ukuyiveza njengomuntu endimaziyo ke andizange ndiyikholele abanye abantu abangakwazi mhlawumbe bebangacinga ngolunye uhlobo bayikholele into enjengaleyo xa beyiva.
I appreciate your
Ndiyabulela intetho yakho.
statement.
Thank you. The other thing that other point I want to make is that we also are not coming from the point of view that says that the police presence in the Marikana situation was unnecessary, because it clearly was. So would you accept that as well?
Sitsho ke thina okokuba amapolisa bekungekho sidingo sokuba abe phaya, siyazi kakuhle okokuba abe bekusisidingo esikhulu ukuba babe khona. Siyayamkela loo nto.
I know that.
Yes.
Siyayiva loo ntetho.
We'll take a great issue with what they did once they were there.
Ingxaki esinayo ke sesawuba nayo ukuba enza ntoni xa ephaya.
And the last such preliminary issue is that I'm sure all of us on all sides and even on the bench appreciate the difficulty of the task that you and SAPS have, and the unenviable task of fighting crime in South Africa.
Siyayazi ke sonke abakwelicala naphaya nebhenchi ubunzima eninabo njengamapolisa ukujongana nezehlakalo zolwaphulomthetho olukhona apha eMzantsi.
I appreciate that, but I just want to add to that also law enforcement and maintenance of public order as part of our remit.
Yes.
Ewe ndiyayibulela loo ntetho yakho kodwa manditsho okokuba gcina nje oko nocango nokhuseleko lwabantu eminye yento esemagxeni ethu.
Now, if you look at, you don't have to look at it now, but if you look at FFF1, which sort of sets out the policies of public order policing and give a kind of historical background to those policies, you will notice that they sort of recognize what one might call 3 dimensions of the public policing mix, if you like.
I'd like to walk with you. Which document are we dealing with?
FFF1.
Hey, you see the
FFF1.
numbering you have. Okay. The policy.
Public order policing policy document.
Thank you. We are there now.
Enkosi.
And I think there's another document which is more detailed, which I think is what Mr. Malindi was looking for yesterday, which is Exhibit R.
Kwenye baluleke gqitha ke le beyifuna Mr. Malindi zolo Exhibit R.
What is it? What is it called?
It's more or less around the same, along the same lines. It's called Policy Guidelines, Policing and Public Protest Gatherings and Major Events from the Ministry of Police. Okay. You might have it in front of you. But for the purposes of what I'm going to put to you, FFF1 would be sufficient.
Okay.
Yonele le FFF1.
And I say, if you look at the introduction into FFF1, it would I've distilled what I call these 3 dimensions. There is clearly the security dimension, which is what you and I are going to deal with at length. There's also what one might call a socio-economic dimension, and there's also a political dimension insofar as these changes that are put owe themselves to the decisive break in 1994. Would you agree with that?
Uzawuthetha phaka ngezinto ezintathu khuseleko lo olusemagceni amapolisa imithetho ebekiwe nezinye izinto eziphathelene nombusazwe.
I note the dimensions.
Ndiyakuva.
Pardon? Sorry, I missed that.
I say I note the dimensions that you are mentioning.
Yes. And that or maybe before we deal with each one of those, let me just also give you some other signposts. It's also so that if we were to use the metaphor of a person, SAPS would have the head, which is you, and other people that I'm going to mention, and the body are the commanders, and the limbs are the foot soldiers, so to speak. If you just work with me on that imagery.
Uthi xa ngingasebenza isifanekiso nje somuntu ndibeke yonke i-SAPS ndingathi wena uyinhloko bese kuthi ka apha ezengalweni kube zikomanda kuthi phaya phansi ezinyaweni kube sithi ke apha phansi amapolisa lawa amaninzi.
I think there'll be the body, but I'm just not sure whether I'm sitting at the neck or at the head, but we will get there when you explain.
That's I was thinking. Yes, actually it's a very complex person that we're defining. More so because there are 3 heads, isn't it? There's you, there's the minister, and there's the president. And you all sit at the head, so to speak.
Uthi mandithi ke inhloko zintathu kulomzimba kuba nguwe kuba nguhulumende upresident bese kuba ngumphathiswa uminister.
You see, that's what I'm saying. That analogy, I don't think we're a deformed body. We'll just have to talk to say where's the head, where's the neck, the chin, and all those issues.
Xa kungumzimba asinakwazi ukuba inhloko iPPP.
But as far as the top of the organization is concerned, would you agree with this triangular formulation that there's the president who, by the way, appoints you and has the right to hire and fire you. There's the minister whose role has already been explained. And then there's yourself at the top there.
Mandisho kokuba inyaniselo kokuba nibathathu phaya nguwe obekwa nguye uhulumende bese kubakho iminister esekuba khona wena.
Yes, we are 3, and I think those roles are clearly articulated, policy, operations, all those things, and I think your discussion will probably take me there.
Ewe, njengoba usitsho ke nomnye unomsebenzi awenzayo obekiwe.
And then another triangle that we are going to deal with is at the level of what one might call the regulatory framework. There is the Constitution, there's the legislation, and there are the standing orders. That's what one might call, broadly speaking, the regulatory framework that governs your work.
Esekubakho imithetho ebusayo imisebenzi yenu engunxantathu yona apha kukhona umgaqoseko kube khona imithetho le eniphethe bese kuba khona i-standing order enisebenza phansi kwazo.
True.
Ewe kunjalo.
And then coming to your role it has two major dimensions. One being the head of the police, or let's call it the policing function, but also being the accounting officer in terms of the PFMA. Is that correct?
Andithi ke ezakho inqazimbe ezimbini eyokuqala okokuba uyinhloko yamapolisa enye ke yile okokuba nguwena othatha xa kusiza apha ku public finance management ekutophethe zonke izinto eziphathelene nezinto eziphathelene nemivuzo nemali zamapolisa.
That role is clearly articulated. It says, I manage and I control, and those things intermingle between those two functions, and I think it is safer for us to stick with the management and control. We can bring a management dictionary to say what sits in management, what sits in control.
Sizibeke zibe mbili njengoba sibeka nje management and control ukuphatha nokulawula apha kuzawuchazwa kokuba ekuphathweni kwenziwa ntoni ekulawuleni kwenziwa ntoni.
Chairperson, if I could just finish this point. Yes, no, I think we're on the same page. All I'm asking you is whether the control side of things would relate more to the policing activities, and what you call the managing would relate more to the PFM, to your role as accounting officer, stroke DG, the PFMA issues, you know what I mean?
Siyavumelana apho ndikhombisa nje okokuba kule misebenzi emibini oyenzayo le iphathelene nantoni le iphathelene nantoni kunjalo.
I think that's where we get a divergent view on the matter, because management and control, and the way you put it, you almost divorce things that should not be divorced.
Njengoba ndisitsho okokuba sohluka apho wena uhlukanisa into ezimbini ezingafanelanga uhlukaniswa.
Okay, let me put it this way. Your role as the person who's at the helm on the policing side is well known, is what has been discussed here for a number of days. Agreed?
Uyavuma okokuba umsebenzi wakho njengenhloko yamapolisa ile bekuthethwa ngayo zonke izinsuku ezigqithileyo ewe.
But is it so that in addition to that, you have a role as the accounting officer of the department in terms of the PFMA?
Andithi ke uphinde ke ube nguwe inhloko kwi-department kwisebe lonke kwinantsika yamapolisa kwisebe lamapolisa ukuba nguwe ophethe eziphathelene nezezimali PFMA.
Advocate, each department has a remit, which is the core business of the department. It's either education, policing, social welfare, and all those things. But to do that, as you manage, you infuse resources, people, physical, monetary, and all that. But all those resources are geared towards ensuring that the core business takes place. This is why I'm saying it is artificial for us to try and say you can put them apart. You have to look at it from that concept that is put in the Constitution that says you manage and you control policing, which is the core remit of the department.
No, General, we don't have to spend time on this. Let me help you.
General,
in the Defence Force, for example,
Yes.
the head of the Defence Force is the head of the army, like you are the head of the police. Agreed? But the head of the Defence Force is not the accounting officer in terms of the PFMA. That duty falls to what somebody called the Secretary for Defence. In the police, on the other hand, you execute both the task that would be complementarily executed by the head of the Defence Force, but you are also the accounting officer in terms of the PFMA, yes or no?
Beka ngolo hlobo umhlekazi umpofu ukubani manibekise kwi-department ozohlukile kwi-defense kukho inhloko ye-defense bese kubakho ophethe okuyena olawulayo bese kuba khona lo mnye ophethe ezezimali PFMA umuntu ohlukile apha kolakho ukowakho umnyango uphethe zombini.
Advocate, this debate is very important.
Yes.
And this is why I say to you, we're debating a function and a structure. That's the debate. In the defense, as you put it, they've decided that the way they structure themselves is in that manner. But in the police, You know, because you could well be arguing to say somebody's in charge of support services, somebody's in charge of the core business. That's what I would read in defense. To
Are
say
you the
somebody-
accounting officer?
I beg your pardon?
Are you the accounting officer in terms of the PFMA Act of 1999?
I am the accounting
Thank you.
officer.
Iyavuma
Okay,
the
Chairperson,
amended
can-
We can
PFMA.
take the lunch adjournment now that you've achieved the point you wanted to achieve. We will take the lunch adjournment, resume at 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
Ixesha lokutya ngoku sawungena.
And he started just a little bit, so there was no direction from what, there's no indication of the direction that he's going to take at this stage. He was just talking about protocol and leadership, stuff like that. Okay, cool. Is it fine? Here. Is it okay? Bishop. Right. Where is it?
On the screen. Okay, record it so you can move it.
Bishop, makeup.
I took their basket.
Okay.
Yes, I can. Cool.
Sit down. How's that? Cool.
Good day, Andrew. The significance, as Advocate Skalkberger put to her, was that it should have indicated that if both signatures are on page 7, then it would mean that they were at the same place with the Commissioner of Oath. They went through the statement and then initialed each and every single page and signed at the end. So now suggesting that they were not at the same place, because as he argues that this page is a misfit because it does not, it starts off on words that are contained at the end of page 6, now leading to Advocate Skalkberger to say that, but then it simply means that this page was inserted by someone, or it was not there when you initially signed the statement. And to that she replied that she hadn't read the second statement because she had accepted that whatever was contained in the first statement was the truth, and she felt that she did not need to check the second statement to see whether any facts that were contained there were still exactly as she had said, or something could have been changed, which then led to them saying that, but then it simply means that you and the Commissioner of Oaths at the time were not at the same place when this document was being signed. Yes, Andrew, she seems to have done quite a lot of assuming. I mean, even not being sure that the commissioners that she had deployed to the ground to take care of the situation at Marikana had some crowd management experience, even conceding to the fact that she assumed that by them being police officers, she thought that they would have some crowd control management experience, which is something that was then later put to her as part of the operational plan. If she did actually scrutinize it or even gone through the plan, and something that she said that she hadn't seen because she delegated this duty to the Commissioner of the Northwest, who Miss Zuki Swambombo rather. Now she saying that she did not need to check up on her with every single detail that she made, and she just trusted the Commissioner on the ground, that she understood the prescripts of the standing order and she would then implement it in the best and responsible way. Definitely not, because she hasn't even been able to answer operational questions such as the use of maximum force, even suggesting that, sticking to the guns, that her officers shot in self-defense. Now, even today, it was put to her that was it necessary for police officers to continue to scene 2 and scene 3, which are copy 2 and copy 3 respectively, after what happened at scene 1, where 34 minors were gunned down, and such questions she cannot respond to, saying that those are operational matters, and the commissioners who are on the ground who are expected to come and give testimony, are supposed to come and respond to those questions, because she was not responsible for any operational matters. Well, what they have been able to score is the fact that they were able to get her to concede that she did not read the page 7 that was included in her statement later, which she did not initial. So they got her to actually admit that she did not read it because she did not feel that there was a need for her to read that page, because she felt that she had given them every single detail that was supposed to be included on that page, despite some of the stuff not adding up, because there's questions around what she have said to the Minister of Police, that she relayed to the Minister that there was an operation to disperse the crowd. And then in her other statement in page 7, it says that she was then informed that the operation was moving to phase 3. So some inconsistencies, it seems, and it seems that they have been able to make their point. At the moment, she is, yes, definitely being cross-examined by Advocate Dalimpov, who represents the injured and arrested minors. At this stage, it's just basically going through protocol issues, going through some of the areas that she's in charge of, going through her role as police commissioner and what responsibility she takes, and also going through the role of the police minister as well, and looking at the role that is played by the president in all of this as well. So just looking at basically the hierarchy of police management at this stage. We haven't heard any pressing questions about what could have happened on the days leading up to the massacre as yet, or even what happened on the day.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Chair, go ahead.
Cheers.
We have to unplug the microphone.
Yep.
Masimeni ngenyawo iyaqala commission.
The commission resumes. National Commissioner, you're still under oath. Mr. Mpofu.
Thank you, Chairperson. General, we were still dealing with the PFMA. Am I correct that I didn't expect us to have problems in this area, because it's an area that I regard you as an expert in somehow, particularly in view of the fact that you were appointed by the President before your current job to chair the restructuring of the state-owned enterprises, which deal, broadly speaking, with what one might call the PFMA accountability. Am I wrong on that assumption?
Njengoba ke ngubutshuntswe ngurhulumente into kuba uzochophela ke ngoku lamashishini ke ngoku ngakarhulumente ngaphambi ba uzongena kwesikhundla kuso ngoku yinyani lonto leyo.
It's true, though most SOEs don't use the PFMA.
Yinyani nangona iSOEs zingayisebenzisi PFMA.
Well, I don't think that's correct. The large ones, at least the ones that are in Schedule 1 of the PFMA, which are the well-known ones, are all, and in Schedule 2, all fall under the PFMA, but I don't want to debate that.
Okay.
The real issue is, I just wanted to deal with one crucial issue which I think has characterized some of your answers, which is the sort of deferring some of the issues to your subordinates.
Ndifuna ukungena kweminye imiba ke ngoku apho uthe ezinye izinto wathi zizawuphendulwa ke ngaba basebenza ngaphansi kwakho.
Do you understand where we are?
I hear you. I'm waiting for the question.
Yeah.
Ewe ndiyakuva ndisalindele umbuzo ke.
And I must preface that by saying I obviously understand that you cannot answer for eyewitness accounts of things that happened in your absence.
Ana uphendula ke ngoku izinto apho khamangqina abone ngamehlo awo khona. Ndiyayamkela leyo.
Okay, are we together then?
Ewe sisonke.
However, the fact that certain powers may or may not be delegated to other people, as you would know, in terms of the PFMA and other legislation, does not absolve you as the ultimate accounting officer of your own responsibility. Would you agree with that broad statement?
Kulento ndiyenzayo into kuba indaba yokuba unike igunya kwabanye abantu ayithethi into ba wena awunothatha uxanduva okanye uphendule xa kukho into ezenzekayo. Uyayamkela lonto?
I think I should qualify my response to you to say, I don't think in all the answers that I was giving, it was about absolving. It was about saying if you are looking for specific responses that are operational, those members would be able to do so.
Ayisuba bendizikhupha ke kulonto kodwa bendisithi xa ufuna impendulo ezithile bakhona abantu abafanelekileyo abangakwazi into babaphendule kwezo zinto ezo.
Yes, it was about that which I said I understand. But it's also about some statements that you made, particularly in relation to General Mbombo, that she had full delegated powers and so on. You remember those kinds of statements?
Into ifana ke nestatement ezenzile efana nesinobana ke ngoku uGeneral Mbombo naye unikwe amagunya. Usayikhumbula lonto leyo?
It is very true, she does have those mandates to run this province.
When inyaniso le unayo lemilo lento bana aphathe ke ngoku kweliphondo.
Yeah, okay. I don't want to bore you with legal statements, but you do appreciate that it is not, you cannot delegate everything. You still remain with some responsibility.
Uyayibona into kubana awunowunika amagunya ngento yonke kodwa ukhona apho na ufune kube noxanduva khona.
I did not think in what I was saying I ever gave a supposition that I am not overall responsible for policing.
Kandicinga into yobana bendithetha into ezakwenza into yobana mna akukho xanduva nalo ke apha emapoliseni.
Okay, anyway, let me just accept what you're saying, but just for the sake of certainty, do you, in Section 44 of the PFMA, say that Section 44 2D, Chairperson, Section 44 2D of the PFMA says the following: a delegation or instruction to an official in terms of subsection 1, which is the one that gives you the power to delegate. D, does not divest the accounting officer of the responsibility concerning the exercise of the delegated power or the performance of the assigned duty. Do you accept that as a statement of the true situation?
Uyatsho ke ngopha kwicandelo 44 ke ngokule PFMA ku 2D kuyatsho into yokuba ukunika umuntu igunya akuthethi into yokuba wena umnike igunya uba makenze into awunawuphendula okanye awunawuthatha uxanduva ngento ezenziwayo.
I accept that, but it is important to contextualize that, because then you have to read that with the Police Act in terms of my capacity and responsibilities to also assign certain delegated authorities to whatever. That's on the accounting side of functions.
Okay.
Yamkela lonto kodwa ke ufuna sifunde nomthetho wamapolisa ukwenzela ukujonga isakhono sam noxanduva endinalo.
All right, well, okay, then I'll accept that invitation. And let's therefore go to Section 15 of the Police Act, as you are inviting me to do.
Masiye ke phaa Section 15 lo umthetho okanye Act yamapolisa.
Are you there?
Uyifumene Commissioner General?
Okay. The first section, I want to read it. It deals roughly with the delegation, but the important words are the last few words there, which says that you can delegate to a body or another person who or which shall exercise such power subject to the direction of the commissioner concerned. In other words, whether it was delegated by you or a provincial commissioner. You accept that as a statement of the affairs?
Uyavuma into enjalo into yokuba ungakwazi unika igunya kanye uthumela abantu kanye iqumrhu elithile kodwa bazokwenza into ngokuxelelwa ke ngucommissioner kanye ngucommissioner lo wephondo. Ewe.
Right. And then the next section subsection is the important one, subsection 2. Says the delegation of any power by the national or provincial commissioner under subsection 1 may be withdrawn by such a commissioner, and any decision taken by anyone under such delegated power may be withdrawn or amended by such commissioner, and shall, until it is so withdrawn or amended, be deemed to have been taken by the national or provincial commissioner concerned.
Ithi le xa ichaza ke ngoku ukuba ke ngoku amandla okanye igunya lithe lanikezwa ku-national okanye u-provincial commissioner uthe kuzothi emva xesha kwazi urhoxiswa elo gunya elo kodwa ke kuzothi yonke into ethe yenzeka kuthathwe njengoba loo nto leyo into yenziwe sisigqibo esithethwe ngu-national okanye u-provincial commissioner lowo.
Well, and the question, the implication of that is whether do you accept, therefore, that at least in the eyes of the law, if a decision resides with you and you have delegated it to somebody, until such time that you have withdrawn it would be deemed to have been performed by you.
Uyamkela ke ngokomthetho into yokuba isigqibo esizawuthathwa okanye igunya ethe walinika umuntu into ethe yenziwa kuzawuthathwa njengento eyenziwe nguwe.
I do not have a choice. It's written like that.
Anakwenza ngandlela ngakumbi ibhalwe ngolo hlobo nayo.
Yes. And that, you may or may not know this once again, will forgive me if I use legal terms, but these are also everyday terms. But that it is, in that context, prohibited to pass the buck on the one hand, or to abdicate the powers, statutory powers conferred upon oneself.
Into engavumelekanga ke into yokuba uvele nje uvele ugqithisele komnye umuntu igunya elinikwe wena.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, because the correct concept to use here, in my understanding, would be delegation. Passing the buck and doing whatever. I can't quite contextualize what you're referring to.
Ndiyazi ubhekisa entweni nangokuba apha ke ngokuthethwa ngokunika okanye ukuthuma abantu ngegunya.
Okay, as I say, there's legal terms which we'll argue at the end, but effectively what it means is passing the buck refers to a situation where an official or statutory body that is given a particular power sort of refers it in total to another official or statutory body. That's the one example. And abdication refers to the situation where that statutory body or person simply does not perform that duty, like giving a license or something like that.
Into bendithetha ngayo qala kukuba xa umuntu unike umzekelo igunya lokwenza into kwaye lo muntu lo ngamanye amazwi angayenzi yena loo nto leyo.
And this is why I'm saying, for me, a consumable concept would be delegation, because it doesn't talk any of those, abdication or whatever, because I haven't met that in the prescripts of how I should do my job.
Yiloo nto ke ngokumna umxholo kanye into enzawuma kuyo le ithetha ke ngokunika kanye ukuthuma umuntu ngoba ezi uzithethayo kuyinto ezibhalweni enzaziyo mna nakumiselo azikho kanye ibhalwanga ngaloo ndlela.
All right, I'll give you an example. Do you accept that this was a national operation that we're discussing here?
Siyavumelana into yobana bi-operation yakazwelonke lesithetha ngayo apha.
It was a provincial operation.
Bi-operation yephondo.
Okay. Do you accept that you, as national commissioner, or rather, that there are only two people who may deploy the National Public Order Police? It's you or the president?
Uyavumelana into yokuba i-public order police yakazwelonke babini qha abantu abangakwazi ukuthi bayithumele nguwe okanye urhulumente.
And the provincial commission in the province.
Kwakunye ke no commissioner wephondo lo ukwiphondo elo.
No. I'm talking about the deployment. The provincial commissioner has what is called operational command of POP in a particular province. But the deployment is, in terms of Section 17 of the Act, your function.
Yena ukwazi into makalawule kwiphondo elo kodwa ke ukuthi bathunyelwe kwiphondo ke ku Section 17 kuthiwa ke nguwe onegunya lokwenza njalo.
I think it is important to read this with also how it was interpreted in prescripts. If you go to 262, it does start talking about how we deal with that type of issue in the province. So I think I'm just saying I want to bring more clarity to this whole matter. Yes, the Act says that, but in the province, the provincial commissioner can say, these POP members that are in Northwest, I want to see them in Taung because there is something happening in Taung. They can do that.
ukuba singayijongi into kwasijonga no T62 ibonisa kanye itolika ngenye indlela ngokuba unegunya lokuthi yena ucommissioner wephondo into ba aba ke ngoba semhlantshona bePOP ndicela ke bathunyelwe pha kula ndawo ibizwa iTaungu uyakwazi ukuba yenze loo nto leyo.
Look, let's try and cut this short. Section 218 1K of the Constitution says that subject to the directions of the Minister of Safety and Security, the National Commissioner shall be responsible for. Then it lists a whole lot of things. K, the establishment and maintenance of a national public order policing unit to be deployed in support of and at the request of a provincial commissioner. Are we together so far?
Sisesongena ngoba kutshona kumgqo siseko apho into kuba uNational Commissioner unalo lokunya lokuba athumele ke ngoku abantu bePOP ngokwesicelo esenzwe kuCommissioner wephondo.
Okay. Are we still together, General?
Yes, let's continue.
Yeah. And then Section 17(2) of the Act, of the Police Act, which obviously derives from that. Actually, it starts by a direct reference to what I've just read. And then it says, the National Commissioner may deploy the National Public Order Policing Unit or any part thereof at the request and in support of a provincial commissioner, taking into account the reason for the request, the personnel equipment, and so on.
Apha ke ngoku Police Act apha ku 17 subsection 2 bayathi into ba uNational Commissioner yakwazi ukuba uthumele abantu bePOPs xa isicelo senziwe kuCommissioner wephondo ngaphandle kwisizathu ezithe zabekwa kwakanye kwazona zongaphambili.
And sorry. What I'm getting at is that power, I just wanted to give you an example of a power that you cannot delegate that particular power to a provincial commissioner. Do you understand that?
Into benifuna iqondo ba uyazi ba ke ngoku alogunyelo ayiligunya ongathi wena ulinike iCommissioner lephondo uyayiqonda leyo.
I will tell you how we work.
Zaxelela basebenza njani.
No.
Because it's important for you to understand that.
Into ebalulekileyo ufuna kuyiqonde leyo.
We have a mixed approach in this, whether it's centralized and decentralized POP management approach.
Sinendlela ke ngoku eyahlukeneyo yokusebenza ke ngoku ngePOP.
I'm overall responsible, but I cannot hold hands of provincial commissioners to be able to deal with the Taungs, with the Marikanas and all those.
Ke ndimo wangamelanga phezu kwawo bonke kodwa ke nawuyeka into kubana lo wephondo ibe nguye ojongana nento zabo Mataungu neMarikana nezinye indawo.
On a first response basis, the provincial commissioner must have the capacity to do so. Otherwise, I would be failing the citizens of this country.
Uthi ke ngoku iba xa kwenzeka into oqala inyathelo oqala lithathwa ngulona ke ngoku wephondo uCommissioner kungenjalo njawube ndingenzi kahle phambi kwabahlali belilizwe.
And this is why delegation is important in particular areas, including even how you deploy your POP responses. In the province, the provincial people have people that are delegated to their provinces who they can deploy to Taung, to Marikana, to wherever.
Ilondo ke ngoku ibalekile into ba unike igunya ngoba napha kwephondo kuba nabantu aba bePOP bangakwazi ukuthi babathumele kwezinye indawo.
And I can recall them at any time nationally, all of them.
Nam ngelinye noba kuninandi ngakwazi ukuthi ndibabize kuzwe lonke.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I think we're talking at cross purposes. All I'm saying, just in fact, the last part of your answer assists me. Just as much as you can recall all of them nationally, at least theoretically, you may not have been there yourself, but their deployment is done by the National Commissioner, whether it's you or somebody else. But the deployment in terms of the Act of the National POP is a functionality of the National Commissioner. Do you accept that?
Lokuba ke wena ubuqu ngekho pha kodwa ke ukuthunyelwa kwaba bantu bePOP kwindawo ingakumbi kwinto eziquka uzwe lonke nguwe ke uzawuthatha ixanduva noba wena udube lapho uyayamkela leyo.
Yes, and let's continue.
Thank you.
Ngeke masiqhubekeke.
And the only point I was really making is this, that since this section says that you do that deployment at the request of a provincial commissioner who must satisfy certain criteria, that must be exercised by you because you can't very well delegate the provincial commissioner who has to satisfy you to satisfy herself or himself. Do you understand that?
Ke njengoba ke ngokuthiwa kule section isicelo funeka senziwe ke ngucommissioner wephondo nguye ke ufuneka aze nemiqathango okanye uxhomekeko kuwe ilonto ibe into yanelisa wena uyayiqonda le.
I think, Advocate, when I was saying let's continue to say, nationally, when I have deployed to Gauteng, to Mpumalanga, to wherever, I delegate them the responsibility on the first line of response to be able to, I can't come and say, Zukiso, deploy to Taung and to Rustenburg. All I was saying to you is that nationally I have the overall responsibility. In terms of delegation, I deploy to the provinces. Yes. They have the powers to deploy further. If we could just agree on that line and continuum of how deployment works within the delegation process, then we would be in the same page.
Yeah, no, I think we agree.
I think Mr. Mpofu is interested in interprovincial deployments. Is that correct? So obviously you delegate certain powers relating to the Northwest Province to the Northwest Provincial Commissioner. But insofar as she wants help from outside the Northwest Province, in terms of the section, she's got to request it. Now, the section seems to indicate she must request it from you.
Yes.
Now, if you say you delegated your functions under that section to somebody else, the question is to whom did you delegate it? Mr. Mpofu says you couldn't have delegated to the Northwest Provincial Commissioner because then she'd be requesting from herself, which doesn't make sense. Now, insofar as there's interprovincial deployment, are you saying that you delegated, say, to the Gauteng Provincial Commissioner the power to send POP people from Gauteng to Northwest at the request of the Northwest Provincial Commissioner? Or what are you saying?
My last response and is to say, nationally I'm responsible. I can recall anybody, all of them, all at once, to come national.
I
have mentioned the first line of response, which has got to be managed by the provincial commissioners within their environments.
And within
that, I delegate the responsibility to say, when it comes to your first line of response in your own province, you have the responsibility to do so.
And you do
not have to come back to me. But if you want to massify, have a force multiplier and massify and cross the provinces, the mandate comes back to me, and this is why you would recall in my testimony to say, part of what I have done, one of the records that you are having, is that on the 15th, I spoke to the other commissioners and asked them to assist with capacity, because capacity, if her capacity is insufficient, she must talk to me to say, I have insufficient capacity, assist me.
Does that clarify the point you're seeking to make, Mr. Mpofu?
Yes, Chairperson. It's okay. General, just so that we don't think we misunderstand each other, I accept that once what I have called the original deployment is done to a province, then that the provincial commissioner of that place, whether 20 of them will go to Taung and so on, that is their functionality. What I was talking about is the original deployment is your national function in terms of section 17.
I thought we had agreed on that one.
Yeah. All right. And then the only other way in which what I'd call the original deployment at a national level can be done is in terms of section 17.5, which says the president may, in consultation with the cabinet, direct the national commissioner to to deploy the National Public Order Policing Unit in circumstances where a provincial commissioner is unable to maintain public order and the deployment of the unit is necessary to restore public order.
Apho 75 kulapho kuchazwa khona nohulumende naye angakwazi into bathumele ke ngoku i-hops uba bazakwazi ukuthi babuyise ucwangco.
We accept that that's the only other way in which the national deployment of POP can be done.
Uyavuma into yokuba ngenye indlela ke ngoku apho i-deployment yakuzwelonke engenziwa ngayo le.
I note that.
Ndijongile leyo.
Thank you. Now, I'm assuming that in this case, the Section 17.5 was not used. So it was the other one where the deployment came from you originally. Let's put it that way.
Masithi ke le ngoyichaza ngokhange isetyenziswe kusetyenziswe leya wena unikwe amandla into yokuba kuzwelonke ukwazi ukuthumela
You are
abantu.
correct.
Unyanisile.
Yeah, you see, what I'm busy with now, Commissioner, is trying to understand what I would call the accountability matrix of the major role players. We've agreed so far that at the top is the president, who may do certain things, even operationally, such as deploying units. But the president obviously has another role as the head of state. So when he appoints you, he's not appointing you in terms of this act. It's just because he's the president of the country. We accept that.
Siyamkela into yoba ke njengoba kukhaba badlala indima ke ngokuba nezikhundla eziphezulu omnye urhulumente yena uye wakufaka wakutyumba into yoba kwesikhundla ngendlela enjalo.
In fact, before you answer that, the section of the Constitution that determines your appointment uses so many words. It says the president, as head of state, may appoint a woman or a man as national commissioner, blah, blah, blah.
Nomgaqoseko uyatsho masurhulumente into yoba angakwazi ukuthi njengentloko yombuso akhethe undoda okanye ibe ngumfazi ezawuba ngu-national commission.
Yes, I follow.
Ewe, ndisahamba nawe ndiyalandela.
Right. So that's the president. And then the minister is, as you have explained earlier to my learned friend, Mr. Madlanga, responsible for the political direction of the department. In fact, the Constitution also uses exactly those words. The political direction might be not the exact word, but the Constitution specifies in the 4 sections that deal with the police of the Constitution.
Nomgaqoseko xa sinomphathiswa ukuba yena uchapha okanye ubandakanyeka kwicala eli lezopolitiko yena.
Including policy, I presume you are encapsulating that.
Ngoba uyayishena le ngoba iquka ke nepolicy.
So, if you excuse me.
206.
Yeah, it's I was just looking for the heading. It says political responsibility, which, yes, it does include policy making.
Ndiyayibona ke iye iquka nale yezepolicy ithetha ke nangezopolitiko.
And it says that that person may determine national national policing policy.
Yes.
And so on.
Nguye ke uzakwenza ke ngoku ipolicy yezobupoliseni njalo njalo.
But you are not completely out of the policy making matrix yourself, because in terms of Section 25 of the Police Service Act, it says the National Commissioner may issue national orders and instructions regarding all matters and so on and so on. Which, generally speaking, is part of policy, isn't it?
No, it's not.
It's a consumption of policy.
Now, can the witness answer for herself?
No, my learned colleague can't put an
Mr.
incorrect
Semenya,
proposition
you have
of
an
law.
objection. What is your objection?
That it is
That's
an
not an
incorrect
objection, he
proposition
answered.
of...
See, if you're putting a proposition of law to the witness, and Mr. Semenya wishes to submit that the proposition of law is incorrect, then he can object, because you can't put things to the witness if they're,
Of course.
if they're incorrect. And he wants to argue that. So let's let him argue it first. And then if he's right, we'll uphold him. And if he isn't, we
Okay,
won't.
Chairperson, maybe I can shorten it by putting it like this. Firstly, it's not a proposition of law. Secondly, it's not an objection. He just answered the question.
Guilty to that. But put the question again in a form that doesn't involve a proposition of law,
Yeah.
and we can perhaps proceed.
Kuthiwa ke ukumakabuza umbuzo sina-council ongazawudinga uba mawuphikiswe siqhubekeke.
Let me put it, I'll take one step back, General. Remember, before lunch, we agreed that what I termed then the regulatory framework that governs your work includes three things: the Constitution, legislation, and national orders. Remember that?
Usakhumbula ke ngoku bendithe ke ngoku umsebenzi wakusekwa phezu komgaqo-siseko kwakunye neminye imithetho nemimiselo. Usayikhumbula leyo?
I remember that.
Ewe, ndisayikhumbula leyo.
And you agreed with me?
Uvumelana nam kule nto leyo?
I noted.
Ndiyayiqaphelisisa, ndiyayijongisisa.
No, General, please. Do you agree or don't you agree? Or
Uvumelana
did you
nam okanye
agree?
awuvumelani?
It is important for me to work with you based on the questions. You've put a proposition forward. I said I've noted it. You're going to use that. You're saying that is the basis you are laying, and you are coming to ask me questions on the basis of that. And I'm noting it.
No.
Ndithe ke
sorry.
izinto ke ngoku ndiziyanika ingqwalasela izinto
The three
zithethayo.
pillars.
Yes, you
Ezintsika
remember
zintathu.
that discussion. No, all I'm doing, General, I just don't want to move forward thinking we're working together, as you put it, if we're not. The
Unobaleka
question
phambili
is,
kakhulu inkcima sihamba kunye
did
kanti.
you agree with me before lunch that the regulatory framework is constituted of three things: the Constitution, legislation, and the national orders, or not?
Into bendiyibuza qha into yokubana ke
If you
ngoku
didn't agree with
umsebenzi
me,
lo
then we'll
usekelwe
reconverse
phezu
it.
komgaqo-siseko kunye nemithetho ne-national order.
Advocate, I will again say I note, and it's particularly because now you're saying I make policy. I consume policy. I don't make policy. I consume policy and I make regulations and SOPs and instructions and directives and guidelines based on the policy that I consume.
Ndithe ke ipolisi ayinto endiyenzayo kodwa into endiyisebenzisayo.
All right. Look, I don't want to debate semantics with you. Do you accept that the function of issuing national orders and instructions regarding all matters which fall within your responsibility in terms of the Act and the Constitution is your job?
Uyavumela into yobana ke ngumsebenzi wokuba ukhuphe imiyolelo ke uyazo lonke ngokomthetho ke ngokulo ngumsebenzi wakho into efuneka yenziwe nguwe?
Yes, as we do policy.
Ewe, njengoba senza ipolisi.
And in that we, you're including yourself.
Xa usithi thina nawe uquka nawe.
We would include me.
Thank you.
Ewe, xa ndithi thina ndithi nam ndiquka nam.
Now, okay, sorry, we were just moving with the what I call the accountability matrix. We dealt with the president, with minister, we're dealing with yourself, and then, of course, underneath you, immediately underneath you, are the provincial commissioners.
Ewe ke phantsi kwakho ke abantu abasebenza phantsi kwakho zii-provincial commissioners.
Yes,
Ewe.
and the deputy national commissioners and the divisional commissioners.
Yes.
They're all on the same line.
Bonke ke ba kolo luhlu ke ngoku aba ke be-provincial nabe-deputy ke ngoku be-deputy national commissioner.
And the law provides that those people in the line that you've just defined should be appointed by you yourself.
Kuthiwa ke umthetho uthi abantu abo usandobachaza ngokuba funeke batyunjwe nguwe.
You are correct.
Nyanisile.
And the reason for that must be that if something goes wrong, you can say, well, you know, I don't know what this provincial commissioner was doing and all that, because those people are answerable to you because they are appointed by you. You have the right, basically, to hire and fire them.
Ngenxa yento yoba abantu ke ngoku unelungelo ke negunya lokuba ungakwazi ukuthi ubaqeshe okanye mhlawumbi ubadilize ubagxothe awunawukwazi ukuthi hayi ke andiyazi le nto ayenzileyo ubani bani.
I agree.
Ndivumelana nawe.
Okay. And all of you, for certain purposes, are answerable to the minister.
nonke ke ningaphansi komphathiswa.
Yes, we are.
Ewe kunjalo.
Right. And then just for the sake of completion, and I'm now almost confining it to the issue that we're discussing here. After the provincial commissioner, the next important person would be the CJOC, correct?
Umntu ke
Overall
ongaphansi
commander.
commissioner ephondo ku isijok.
They are deputy provincial commissioners and they are heads of functions.
Kukho ke ngoku amasekela ke ngoku commissioners ephondo kubekho ke ngoku ne heads ezo ze functions.
Yeah, no, sorry. That's why I qualified the question by saying I'm now not asking in general. I'm just asking in relation to this particular operation. That after the provincial commissioner, the next senior person in terms of the line of accountability would be the CJOC, correct?
Mendithetha ke ngoku andithethi nje xa sithetha ngalo sijonge yonke ndithetha ke xa sijonge kule meko isize kanye into singaye apha emva ko head in provincial commissioner yisijok ke ngoyena mntu unesikhundla esiphezulu lowo emva ko provincial commissioner.
I am saying, in the same manner that you mentioned our structure, it's myself, it's the provincial commissioners, it's the deputy national commissioners, and the divisional commissioners. In the province, it's the deputy, is the provincial commissioner and the deputy provincial commissioners. ORS, detectives, and all. It's important, Dali, for you to understand the structure. You can't just say CJOC. Because CJOC may be linked. There could be a CJOC that is operating in Taung, another one in Mafikeng, another one in whatever. There could be that type of thing because who's the commander in charge at a particular operation? So let's not confuse those things.
Okay, I accept that.
Into bendingafuna ichaza into yoba ke ngoku bendichaza ngolu hlobo njengam ke ukuba khona ke ngokusebenza ulisekela lam ne-divisional commissioners kunye naba ke ngoku bona beprovince bephondo sinazo ke ne-ORS ne-DDTF konke bendifuna uzichaze kakuhle ungazibhidanisi ezi zinto.
Okay, I think maybe I didn't ask the question clearly. I accept
maybe,
that.
Can I just try
that,
something?
Sorry.
Can I just try something
no,
so that we go to the definition
I
of the
just want us to
CJOC?
move on. It's not that important. All I'm saying is this, that I accept what you're saying in terms of the structure that is there on the board at the police headquarters. But I'm talking to you about an operation by operation in a particular operation. There's obviously nobody called the CJOC who's just there for life. The CJOC is in relation to a particular operation. So all I'm asking you is, in a particular operation, would the line of command, as we have traced it, then fall in relation to that operation to the CJOC where there is a JOC?
And yazi into yoba qho xa kukho i-operation ke kubakho ke ngoku le nto ithiwa i-CJOC. Ngoku ke imibuzo bendibuza into yokubana xa kukho le operation ke loo nto iba luxanduva le-CJOC zonke into eziza kwenzeka kule operation na.
Yeah, thank you for that clarity. Yes, when we start talking about an operation, that operation she would appoint the person who's in charge of the operation and that person would report to her.
Ewe ndiyakuva ke nguyayicacisa kakuhle yena nguye ozawutyumba uba ngubani umntu ozojonga le operation nguye ke lo mntu lo uzawuthi aphendule kuye.
Thank you. And the next level would be the operational commander.
Ke ngoku inqabanaba okanye elandelayo ke ngoku iba yi-operational commander.
To assist you, in this case, it was Khalid.
Ukuzama ukunceda ke xa sithetha ke ngoku kule kusingayo lo yayinguKhalid wayenza loo nto leyo.
Yes.
Ewe.
Okay, thank you. That's all. I just wanted to understand the hierarchy. Now, some of those people that we have mentioned are going to testify. I'm doing this so that I don't put questions to you which maybe belong to the other parts of the chain. Do you know whether or not the minister is going to testify?
Ndiyazi abanye abantu ke ngoku bazawuza apha bazonika ubungqina ndifuna ukunika imibuzo ekufuneka ibuzwe bona. Unalo ulwazi lokuba umphathiswa uzawuza apha naye azonika ubungqina bakhe?
I have no clue what witnesses have been invited here.
Andinalwazi ke lokuba amangqina abizwe into yoba mazonika ubungqina apha bangobani na.
Okay, that I accept, but whether or not witnesses have been invited or not invited, this is somebody that you work with on a daily basis. Do you know whether or not he is planning to come and testify?
Ke ndibuza ngaye ke into yokuba awazi mhlawumbi into yoba ucebe into yokuba aze apha naye azonika ubungqina bakhe?
No, I don't know.
Hayi, andiyazi loo nto.
Thank you. Okay, well, then you'll forgive me if I might put some questions which, in the off chance that he never comes in.
Council did say, when I asked her some time ago, whether he would testify, and she said, as I understood it, that if matters of policy arose, he would. So I assume that still stands. It hasn't been countermanded.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Kuthiwe yena ke ngoku into ebithethwe ngaphambili kumba yepolisi angakwazi ukuba anike ubungqina ngayo into ayithethileyo. Council.
While we're still in the decision-making matrix, did you well, we know that you attended Potchefstroom once, correct?
Siyazi into yoba ke uke waya kanye phaa ePotchefstroom. Injalo loo nto?
You're correct.
Unyanisile.
And the document which was the product of Potchefstroom, which is Exhibit L, did you approve it?
Ke uye waligunyazisa olu xwebhu libizwa Exhibit L elenziwe phaa ePotchefstroom.
It was prepared and I agree with it.
Liye lalungiselelwa ndaze ndavumelana nokuba nam mabaqhubekeke nalo.
Yeah, no, that's a different thing. That means you approve of it. If you say you agree with it, did you approve it? Did you give it your approval?
I do approve of it because whatever comes here is what we as police say. Here is our testimony.
I think there may be a distinction. If I say I approve of something, it means I've heard about it and I agree with it. If I say I approved it, that means normally it came before me, before it was put into operation, and I approved it in the sense that I signed it or said it can go forward. So there's a difference between approving of something which is normally retrospective, although not always retrospective, and approving something which is normally prospective in the normal sense. Is that the distinction you're trying to put?
That's exactly it, Chair, except just to say that in the second example that the Chair gave, you don't necessarily have to sign it off. You might have signed it off or you may not.
Here's an example.
Uyawucheke ngumahluko into yokuba yokuqala kuvuma into yokuba uvile ngento uvele uvume, kwesibini kukuba mayiziswe phambi kwakho uthi uvumelana into yokuba uvumelana yonke into ebhalwe kuloo nto leyo.
And perhaps this is why I was answering the way I was, because there's no way I signed, but I am fully behind, in agreement with the document that we submitted to the Commission as our product as police.
Kodwa ke noba ngingajityanga ndiyavumelana nayo yonke, ndiyayixhasa yonke la ola xwebhu lamapolisa luziswe apha kule commission.
Was it presented to you for your approval before it was presented to the Commission? Maybe I should put it that way.
Mandibeke ngolu hlobo, phambi izwi kule commission ke uke wanikwa yona into yokuba ujonge kwenzela uzokwazi ukuthi uyavumelana nayo na?
Yes.
Ewe.
Thank you. And is that the same with the opening statement that was given on behalf of SAPS?
Wenze njalo ke ngoku nangesa statement sokuvula esithe saziswa apha egameni lamapolisa?
Yes.
Ewe.
And obviously, your own statements that have been debated, you approved of them, you approved them and signed them, and even signed them.
Statements zakho ezike bezikhutshwe apho uyavumelana nazo kwaye wazityikitya.
I've said it is my statement, yes.
Ndichilo zistatements zam ezo, ewe.
Right. And the statement that you read on the 17th you've also attested to its genesis as to how it came about. The real question I want to ask you is, these documents, this set of documents, which you either approved or prepared or whatever, you have testified in relation to the statement of the 17th that you stand by that statement. Do you also stand by all these other documents?
Lamaxwebhu onke ke athetha xa ngaphambi kwale commission njengothethe nge-17 usazithetha usami kwezaa zinto ziphaa kwesa statement sakho nesaya nge-17.
Advocate Mpofu, the documents that have been submitted here on behalf of SAPS as our evidence, whether it's L, whether it's the opening statement and all those are the official documents that we stand by. It is our official submission to this commission.
Ke wonke lamaxwebhu athetha xa phambi kwale commission egameni le-SAPS ngawethu bubungqina bethu obusemthethweni.
And once again, I'll assume that plural, which I didn't ask for, includes you yourself.
First person plural, not the second or third person plural.
Oh, the royal we, yes.
Perhaps let me just say, when we say we, when you started, we said, you know each other. I said, I'm here leading the police, I'm part of the police.
Yeah. Yes. No, but just so that we don't run into that problem again, there will be questions which I ask you where I will expect you to answer for yourself, as it were. But if it arises, I'll clear up the distinction.
I'll appreciate that.
Sorry. The operation at Marikana has been described variously by all the colleagues that have gone before me. Catastrophic and so on. My only addition that I would like to ask from you is whether you agree that post-apartheid, this was the biggest and most significant operation that the police have embarked on.
Abanye ke ngobaze ngaphambi kwam ogqabam bathi bachaza uba intlekele into eyenzeka phaa eMarikana uvumela nam into yokuba ke emva koba kusetyenziswe kwapheliswa ke ngobandlululo le nto into ebaluleke kakhulu yaseMarikana ethe yenzeka.
It is true, because I have said in the 18 years of the South African Police Service, this is unprecedented.
Inyani le ngoba ndithe kumnyaka i-18 ke yemsebenzi we-SAPS le nto enje kweli xesha zange ke yenzeke.
Yes, and to your knowledge, with that qualification, there can't have been, or there can't have been many, at least, operations which the decision-making in relation of which involved almost all the people that I've mentioned in the decision-making matrix in one way or another. The president, the minister, you, provincial commissioner, and so on. Agreed?
Isigqibo ke ngoku singaba sithathwe ngomnye waba ke njengoba bendichaza uluhlu lwabantu abanamagunya athetha ngurhulumente nomphathiswa kunye nawe nabanye njalo njalo.
I don't get your question, because, for instance, if I say we have dealt with something like 150 plus this thing, type of protests, how should I understand your question?
Andiqondisisa ndivisisile umbuzo ingakumbi xa ndisithi besebenze ngabaqhankqalazi ezingaphezu kwekhulu elinamashumi amahlanu.
No, you've already answered my question by saying it is true that it is the biggest and most significant. All I was asking you now...
According to Exhibit L, at one point there were over 600 members of the police service deployed to Marikana to deal with the situation. Now, I take it there's never been another operation in the last 18 years where as many as as a public audit.
The number is actually 800, Chair.
800. Whether as many as that have been deployed in a public order policing operation in the 18 years, would that be correct?
Judge, there could have been, and I'd like to go to our records and check that, because really the outcome is something else.
Yes, I understand.
But the operation, we have dealt in this 150, if you start analyzing that, we have dealt with many other large operations. The outcome is different. So, and I think we shouldn't use the outcome as an indicator. We must say, what type of operations have we dealt with?
Yes.
And then we can analyze the 150,000 plus.
Yes.
To say, are there areas where we've pulled 600, 8,000, 800 and all that? So I think we're outcome anchored.
Yes. No.
And that's why I would not agree with
singajonge nje kweziphumo kuba kwezi 150,000 beniqobothetha ngayo masijonge oluhlobo lwemingcelele ibibanjwa kwimeko ezilohlobo. Ngicela sijonge, ndifuna sijonge ngolo hlobo.
Yes, no, I won't belabor the point, General. That's why I qualified it by saying to your knowledge, because you could only answer to what you know now. I mean, if you're going to go and check, that's another matter. All I was saying is, to your knowledge, has there been, in the 18 years, another operation which involved more than 800 police officials, which also in its constitution involved all the decision makers, the president somehow, the minister somehow, not yourself, the national commissioner and the provincial commissioner, of that significance.
Kule minyaka yonke 18 benifuna iqondo ba ike yabakhona ke ngumngcele lapho ke kwakho amapolisa ngaphezulu kwamakhulu asibhozo nalapho ke ngoku kwakho abantu ababandekanyekayo bafana noRhulumente nomphathiswa kunye no-National Commissioner.
Chair, there is no Chair, there is no
Semenya wants to say something. Mr. Semenya?
There is no evidence of a decision taken by the President in relation to the operation. There is no evidence of the Minister taking any decision in relation to the operation. So the proposition my learned colleague is putting to the witness is incorrect and cannot be put.
What do you say about that, Mr. Mpofu?
Hold on. Chairperson.
Njengoba kuthiwa ke ngoku akho bungqina senior councilman obonisa into yoba upresident yena uRhulumente okanye umphathiswa wathatha isigqibo okanye babandakanyeka kule operation leyo.
No, Chairperson, I will produce the evidence. But for now, let me just say this.
Mr. Semenya is entitled to say that in the absence of evidence to that effect, I shouldn't allow you to put the question. I understand you tell me you've got the evidence, and perhaps we'll see it at some stage, but I think Mr. Semenya won't be pleased if I allow you to ask the question in anticipation on the basis that you may have some evidence later that will justify it. Is that right, Mr. Semenya?
He may be pleased if I remind you and him, Chairperson, which I'm proposing to do now.
I see. Well, remind us of something first.
Thank you.
Then maybe we can consider whether the question is appropriate.
There is...
I mean I. Sorry.
Yeah. Chairperson, there is evidence, I'm just looking for the exhibit number in the so-called Ramaphosa emails, that suggests two things. And I'll reformulate the question to say if that evidence is correct. But just at the concrete level, let me put the following two propositions.
Uyacheke na usina council undokuba kwi-email leyo yaka Mhlekazi Ramaphosa zikhona izinto ezimbini uzawuthi xa ephekisa kanye abuza ngayo athi kuba loo nto injalo kanye inyani.
It's BBB4.
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. That's the London emails.
I think it's double. The Chairperson, if that doesn't satisfy Mr. Semenya, then I'll deal with it after tea.
No, it doesn't.
But okay. Well,
let me have his tea first before you deal with the point, so you better deal with something else before 3 o'clock.
Okay, Chairperson. But just so that we're on the same page, the one basis for relying on, at least as far as the minister is concerned, is that in at least one of her statements.
Interrupt you. There was, of course, the evidence of Mr. Sekwana. But on the Sunday, he spoke to, it was direct evidence.
Right.
He spoke to the minister, told the minister there was a law and order problem, not just a wage dispute problem.
And he promised.
That apparently the security forces, if that's the right word, security staff of London were inadequate to deal with the situation, and said that reinforcements were required from the SAPS, and the minister undertook to look at the matter and do the necessary, as far as I remember the evidence. So there is that evidence.
Yeah.
That, of course, doesn't mean the minister took a decision, of course. Merely made a promise, apparently, if that evidence is correct. And it wasn't challenged by counsel, you remember, for the minister.
Yes.
But, of course, you haven't got any evidence about a decision by the president, which is another part of the point that you're putting.
No, that's why I was doing it bit by bit. I'm saying, as far as the minister is concerned, that's part of the answer. Another part of the answer.
It's not a decision. That's simply a promise. And we were then told by this witness that the subsequent deployments that took place were not. There was no contact between her and the minister in regard thereto, as far as I remember her evidence.
No. Chairperson, with the greatest respect, the witness said that, among other things, she was given political direction, or directions, or whatever terminology she used, by the minister, on a regular basis.
That's true. I see it's now 3 o'clock. Mrs. Emmanuel, it's now 3 o'clock. Go and have your tea. We'll all have our tea, and we'll resume this matter when, after the tea adjournment, when hopefully you'll have all your ducks in a row. We're about to proceed smoothly and expeditiously.
I will satisfy Mr. Semenya over at the tea break, Chairperson.
Siyabuyela kakhona emva kwexesha leti. singamen ngenyawo yaqhubekeka commission. The commission is resuming.
Resumes. National Commissioner, you're still under oath. Mr. Mpofu, have you and Mr. Semenya come right on the matter you were debating?
We have indeed, Chairperson.
Good. I see we've been given copies of B4.
Yes,
which
that's
I
what
think
the
you've
answer
been dealing
is.
with earlier. So you want to go back to that now, or do you want to carry on with the line you were busy with when we adjourned?
No, that is part of the answer, Chairperson. I'm going to put the question on a particular basis. Chairperson, if I could invite you and the other commissioners to go to...
Before you carry on, I take it that the National Commissioners got copies of Exhibit
Yes,
B4.
I think we put a copy. We didn't.
Do they have?
Have you got B4? Have you got? Is it yours?
No, they don't have
Sorry, National Commissioner. But in any event, while we are can you turn to 289E? Thank you. Please forgive me, Commissioner. Have you got, rather General, you've got B4 in front of you. Yes. Can you turn, if you look at the pre-numbered pages, 289E, it's like the second page from the back. Are you there?
Yes, I am there.
Yes. Okay, we've agreed with Mr. Semenya that I'll put the section that I'm relying on and then pose the question on the basis of that. If you look at number 2 of that email, it says, I have just had a discussion with Susan Shabangu in Cape Town. And then number 2 says, she is going into cabinet and will brief the president as well and get the Minister of Police, Natim Tetwa, to act in a more pointed way. You see that part?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Uyayibona le ndawo loba athi uzoba nodlwengodlwe noChusen Sabangu nokuba uzoya kwicabinet kwaye axelele upresident kuba umphathiswa unathi Mthethwa ayenze ngendlela ecacileyo ebonakalayo.
Yes, and the only question then that I'm going to put is firstly to say, assuming that what is said there is correct, would you agree that the 2 persons mentioned there had some knowledge, assuming, another assumption, assuming the acting in a more pointed way relates to the operation, would you agree that those 2 persons at least had knowledge of the operation or of the action?
Xa kuthiwa ke ngoku uyena umphathiswa uzothatha inyathelo enze ngendlela ecacileyo nabo kuyabonakala into babe nolwazi ngale operation.
Chairperson, we wish to raise an objection. Our learned friend must lay a basis to indicate that the more pointed way is linked to the operation. Mm-hmm. Without that, Chairperson, we submit there's no basis.
No. Can I respond, Chairperson? Yeah, thank you. No, I'm sorry, I'm sure my learned friend was not listening properly. That's why I used 2 assumptions before asking the question. I said, assume that is true, and 2, assume that the more pointed way related to the operation. So I can't lay any basis except to say assume. Thank you. I think from the nodding of Mr. Mutau, that objection is withdrawn. Can you please answer, General?
Then there's a new one.
One objection, and we now move to the next.
Yes,
Mr. Semenya.
How can a witness be called to assume the meaning of an email is X without any basis being put for it? Pointed way can't have a meaning other than that meaning which the writer had written. Mr. Mpofu can't assume a meaning for it and then challenge the witness to comment on it.
Kuthiwa ke usine council akanawucingela into bela gama lithetha ngendlela ke kubonakalayo uba lithetha ntoni na akanawuvela sicingele uba loo nto intsingiselo yayo ibiyintoni na.
What pointed way means, I don't know if it means pointing a gun. It could simply mean in a more focused way or in a more direct way or something like that.
Vigorous.
So it's a bit vague, or vigorous, yes. It's a bit vague, you know. If it means pointing a gun, it doesn't matter, but that's not, there's no basis for assuming it means that.
And it's not what I'm contending at all, Chairperson. All I'm saying is that that he would act in a more pointed way would mean that they would act differently than they had acted before, in a more pointed way. And all I'm asking the witness to do is to assume that that pointed way included the operation, the good side of the operation, not all the problems. But it must have, it's some action, whatever it is.
Imperative, it's more pointed. So it's different from the way they're acting up to now, and it's presumably more satisfactory from the point of view of the writer of the letter than the previous action. You can't put it higher than that, can you?
No, that's exactly what you're saying. That's all.
Higher than that. Right. Well, rephrase your question and let's see whether Mr. Semenya is prepared to put his imprimatur on it.
Uzawubeka nganye uhlobo ke lo mbuzo ngenye indlela kubo into ba usina council Semenya uzawamkela lo mbuzo uzawubuza akazowuphikisa na.
Okay, General, we know that this email was written on the 15th of August at about 3 p.m.
Siyazi ba ke le email yabhalwa ngomhla we-15 kaAgasti ngentsimbi yesithathu emini.
And we know that it's preceded by other emails where Mr. Ramaphosa had said that he was going to go and meet with Minister Shabangu in Cape Town regarding the Marikana issue.
Siyazi ba kukho ezinye ezibhaliweyo kapho ke ngoku umhlekazi Ramaphosa wayesithi ke uzawudibana noSusan umama uSusan Shabangu eKapa.
And the meeting had just happened according to the email.
Awale email ke yayise ibanjiwe lo nhlakaniso.
And it says that sorry.
May I just mention that the email on page 289 of the exhibit that's been referred to does not refer to a meeting.
289, there are actually 5 pages marked from A to F. So which page are you referring to?
I'm referring to E, 289E.
Yeah.
Right.
No,
What do you say about that?
Chair,
Let's hear
I can dispose of it.
Well, I don't know what the objection is yet, so I can't deal with it until I know what it is.
Mr.
Please elaborate on your objection.
Well, Mr. Mpofu refers to a meeting. The email refers to a discussion. And there's nothing to infer from that email that there was a meeting. A discussion could have taken place.
It didn't have to be inter presentes, but perhaps he can put the question in a way which doesn't presuppose that it was an inter presentes discussion. I'm sure it didn't matter whether inter presentes or in some other way. Anyway, carry on, Mr. Mpofu, but try to avoid that objection because I don't want to have to dispose of it.
Yes. Yes, the two parties, namely Mr. Ramaphosa and Minister Shabangu, had just had a discussion.
Kuthiwa ke babe ingxoxo yena umhlekazi Ramaphosa kunye no Mr. Susan Shabangu.
Yeah. And she is the minister, was going into cabinet and would brief the president as well and get the minister of police, Natim Teto, to act in a more pointed way. And while we are there, the first part of the email relates to okay, let me not get into that now. Those were that's what comes from the email. And all I'm saying to you now is, assume that that evidence will be confirmed to be true. But I said make a second assumption, which is that the acting in a more pointed way somehow related to the actions which were taken by the police whether those actions were the entire operation or a part of it or whatever, but it was
Sorry,
action.
Mr. Porfer, that's the problem I have with the question. On the plain reading, it seems to me the action in a more pointed way seems to be the action by the minister. And one's got to read the sequence of emails in context. What happened, apparently, as we've seen, was that Minister Shabangu was saying that what was happening in Marikana was a labor dispute. In view of the fact that there'd been a strike, not just a strike, but a strike apparently enforced by intimidation, there'd been murder, and so forth, the Lonman people took the attitude that it was a law and order matter. And Mr. Ramaphosa was apparently requested to speak to Minister Shabangu about that, to explain to her it wasn't just a labour dispute, it was a law and order matter, which he apparently did.
No, no, that's wrong, Chairperson, sorry. That's a different subject which I was avoiding deliberately. Yeah. But let's not put it. The issue was to say it is not a labour dispute, not just a labour dispute. I said that.
Oh, okay, not a labour dispute. Okay. But then the further point is that Mr. Ramaphosa does say in one of the emails, the one in fact at page 289F, that he also spoke to the Minister of Safety and Security, which I take as a reference to the Minister Priest, Mr. Mtetwa. So what these emails indicate, that Mr. Ramaphosa had spoken to Minister Shabangu, who undertook, according to Mr. Ramaphosa, to speak to Minister Mtetwa to get him to act in a more pointed way. But he also spoken to Minister Mtetwa as well, and had said to him, as he put it, we are essentially dealing with a criminal act. That's the background. Okay. Now, if we agreed on that, you can proceed to ask a question which will
deal with all this. Objections. Thank you, Chairperson. Right. And all I'm putting to you, General, is that the two persons that the Minister of Minerals was referring to, what she was going to discuss with them was the Marikana issue. That's what comes out of what the chair and myself have said. So if we assume that that is so, then that the action involved whatever it is that you and him were discussing, what you called political direction, and what he discussed with Mr. Zokwana, which is about the deployment of numbers in Marikana. Are we still together so far?
Ukuba masithathe ngokuthi ke izinto wayezozixoxa nabantu babini babethetha ngayo enye yazo yayikuba uyena lo umphathiswa
when I say assume
ba sithathe ngokuba uzoxoxa ngazo izinto nokuthunyelwa kwabantu pha amapolisa pha eMarikana.
Yes. When I say assume, you see, I'm saying it might well be that next month or whenever it is, one of these people comes here and says, these emails are not, they were just manufactured by somebody. So let's rule all that on the side and assume that it is so. That's all I'm saying.
Ansithi ithathe ngoba ingathi njalo mhlawumbe omnye angaza aphathe hayi lento ezi emails izinto ezibhalwe ngabanye abantu ezingenziwanga ndim masithathe ngolo hlobo ingathi ngokunjalo lonto leyo nje ibhalwe kwesi email.
I'll wait for you to finish.
Zakulindela qala into bamawugqibe.
Yes. Now the real question was this, that it would have been, to your knowledge, the first time that there's an operation of such a magnitude that, as the chair said, it had more than 800 police officials and in some way or another involved the decision makers in the decision matrix that I had mentioned to you, are mentioned in this correspondence, to your knowledge.
Mr. Semenya wants to say something.
Chair, Mr. Mpofu is not resolving our difficulties. There's no decision maker in relation to the operation at Marikana evidence by any of these documents pointing to the president.
Oh. I didn't mention the word decision deliberately because Mr. Semenya before T, I thought the T would have helped. Had objected to it correctly. That's why I have not mentioned the word decision in the question.
You said in this decision matrix.
No. Oh, okay. No, when I said this, okay. In the hierarchy that I had outlined to you earlier, that's really all I'm talking about.
Into endithetha ngayo ke lo hlukanye ukulandelelana kwabantu abake ngoku ba namagunya ukuba bekoqala ke uke into eyenzeke njalo apho kwake kwathunyelwa namapolisa angamakhulu asibhozo apho bonke abantu bathi babandakanyeka bonke endiye ndabakhankanya.
To your knowledge, there was never such a significant operation, correct?
Zange ke kubekho I-operation ebaleke ngolu hlobo kwaye into yaziyo leyo injalo lonto.
Not correct.
Ayinjalo.
Okay, when was the other operation?
Yayinini ke enye operation.
I've indicated already that if you take that 150,000 and break it down, we have deployed many, officers, and I can just point to one. We've dealt with the World Cup. We've dealt with many protests that were well over 3,000 people. The marches of VTOLs and all those type of things. So the magnitude and numbers debate you're putting forward, I am saying it is not true. The outcome is a very different thing. But the magnitude and the numbers that we deploy, there are many other areas that we've dealt with where we have deployed quite largely.
Okay.
Khona ezinye izehlo neziganeko apho siye sathumela ke ngoku abantu abaninzi kuzo njengoba kwakhona endebe yehlabathi kwakunye nezinye ze-etoll apho kuqhankqalazo kwakho abantu ongaphezulu kwama-3,000 kodwa into eyahlukileyo ziziphumo zaloo nto leyo.
Okay, so whenever you say in your statements that this operation was unprecedented, should we assume that you only mean only in relation to outcome?
Xa usithi ke ngoku le operation yayinto engazange yenze ngaphambili sithathe ngokuba ujonge kwiziphumo zayo into bazabanjani na.
You are correct. We've never had such an outcome.
Unyanisile zange sike sibe nento ineziphumo ezilolo hlobo.
Good. Thank you.
I ask a question?
Yes.
We're dealing with the question of the respects in which this operation was unprecedented. And I understand you to say that certainly one respect was the number of fatalities. There's never been anything like that for the last 18 years. The next question was the number of police involved. And you say, no, that's not a factor because we've had other instances, e-toll protests and that kind of thing, where we've had significantly more than 800 police around to deal with the situation.
Yes.
This particular occasion, we didn't just have a large number of policemen. We also had police from the Special Task Force being brought in, the National Intervention Unit being brought in, and the Tactical Response, TRT Tactical Response Team. Now, had you ever, to your knowledge, had a case before where there was a public order policing operation involving not just a large number of members of the service, but the Special Task Force being specially sent in, the National Intervention Unit being specially sent in, and the Tactical Response Team being specially sent in? Or was this an unprecedented operation also in that respect?
Xa kuthiwa into enjengizange yenze ngaphambili kwezinye ii-operation athetha ngazo na kwakho kwathunyelwa nakuzo i-STF ne-NIU ne-TRT kwinto kwafuneka yenziwe yipop na.
Yes, there are, and I'll give you an example. The World Cup, for instance, you had snipers on the roofs, you had NIU, you had TRT, you had task force, even if it was classified as a middle, almost peaceful event. So we deploy for situational circumstances, so we do have that.
Ewe umzekelo ke ngokupha kwindebe yehlabathi kwakho ke unaba sniper badubulayo babengaphezulu ephahleni naba ke ngokube TRT ne NIU siba nayo ke ngokinto lelo hlobo.
Okay. Last attempt.
Another question, flowing from that. In the standing order, there's reference to threat assessments, and you then have 3 levels, level 1, level 2, level 3. do I understand you correctly that in the case of these World Cup events, though you had all these people present,
Yes.
the events were classified as level two?
I wouldn't be, because anything can happen. If a bomb happens there,
Isn't
we
that- but
have
how-
to go to a high level.
Yes, I understand.
of-
But you see, the standing order says that you have to have a threat assessment,
Yes.
and then obviously the level has to be determined. That has to be assessed. See? So in this case, do we know what level was assessed? I take it was 3, wasn't it, Marikana?
Yes.
Right. Now, the question then, this is the last question I'm going to ask you on this point, trying to find out the respects in which it was unprecedented. Now, was this unprecedented in the sense that all those bodies that I mentioned were present, National Intervention Unit, Tactical Response Team, Special Task Force, they were present, and it was an event which was assessed as being level 3. Was it unprecedented also in that respect that those factors were present?
Into efuna uqonda ke ngoku apha ngusihlalo into yokuba izange kenze into enjengaphambili ngoba kwakhona umahluko into yokuba iwele kuluhlu eli uthi okanye ku-level 3 xana ke ngoku phononongwa imeko okanye ujongisiswa imeko yayilapho kuloo ndawo.
I'd like to just, in responding, Judge, to go to, I think it was slide 12 that we spoke about how this thing started and how it ended. It's a very different, there has been a progressive development in this whole thing. And the threat assessment goes with the development and growth of this situation. When we come to the 16th, a lot of property has been damaged, deaths, and the resistance, the violence of the group. When you look at the 13th, you look at those. So all those threat issues are taken into account when you start planning for an intervention.
Into efuna sijongisisa into yoba kaloku xa sijonga phaa kuslide 12 le nto ibiqhubekeka iye ikhula ngokukhula apho kwakufunakala impahla kubekho abaswelekayo nezidubedube xa sijongena nto yenzeka phaa i-13 xa kwenziwa yoku isicwangciso zonke izinto ezi funeka zinikwe ingqwalasela.
Those factors are taken into account, the assessment is done, and I understand the assessment increases as you go on. But by the morning of the 16th, we've got the STF, the NIU, the TRT there. You've got 800 policemen. It's now level 3 by that time. And this is before a shot's been fired, before anyone's died. Now, was it already at that stage unprecedented as far as we know since 1994?
Into ebuzwayo ke into kubana njengoba ngalantsasa i16 imo yayiseyimaqonkho STF ne-NIU ne-TRT njengoba level 3 ngekenza into abantu bengakasweleki yayi into engazange yenzeke ngela xesha na lakusasa ngekadutyulwa abantu.
You've asked me a question, Judge, earlier on to say what is unprecedented, the outcome or the operation?
The way I've now framed the question eliminates the outcome.
Yes.
It deals with the situation as it was on the morning of the 16th of August.
Yeah, I'm going to there. I'm just starting off by saying, you asked me a question to say, what is an unprecedented? What is unprecedented for us is the outcome. Because we're saying we have used our tested methods to do what we normally do, but the outcome was very different.
Into ke ithi ngazange yenzeke baba siziphumo ngoba senze izinto siqhelwe zezo bafune zenziwe kodwa ke iziphumo zaba yinto yahlukileyo.
And then I'll go to the question that you've asked me.
Zawuya ke ngokula mbuzo ndibuze wona.
To say in the morning, is it unprecedented? Absolutely not. In the morning, we are assessing the developments, we are seeing the threat assessments that are taking place. We are looking at a plan to deal with 3,000, to encircle, to disarm, to arrest.
Xa ngibuza le saba izange yenzeke ndithi hayi ke impendulo ngoba sisajonge ngoku kwimeko yonke ngobunjalo bayo sijonge ke ngoku neplan le nokuba singakwazi ukuthi abantu sibarhanqe njani kwaye bakwazi ukuthi babanjwe.
And as questions were asked in the past 2-3 days looking at 262, the question has been asked to say NIU and others, what do they? They are there to support in case things happen differently. That's only why it's not unprecedented. They were there to give support to our POP.
Xa ndibuzwa nge-NIU ke ndijile into yoba babe phaa kuloo ndawo leyo into yokuba bazokwazi unika inkxaso ukuba kungenzeka into yoba into zenzeke ngenye indlela eyahlukileyo.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mpofu, would you like to proceed?
Yes, Chairperson. I'm glad to say I'm not the only one who asked the last question and another last question. But
sounds like these things are infectious.
Yes, thank you. General, okay, accepting everything you've said, can we put this matter to rest as follows? Until the first shot was fired on the 16th, everything that happened before that was not unprecedented in your estimation, correct?
Kungekadutyulwa ke ngoku akanye kuze kubelela xesha inokuba kuzodutyulwa imbumbulu yokuqala yonke into yenzeke phambi koko ayi into esingathi zange ke yenzeke ngaphambili injalo.
That was a normal operation.
Ewe ke ngoku bi operation eqhelekileyo leya.
Good, thank you. All right. And up to that stage when it was a normal operation, in other words, until the first shot was fired,
No, to be fair, I didn't understand her to say it was a normal operation.
She said, that's exactly what
she said. It wasn't unprecedented.
No, she said normal, Chair.
Did she?
She just said now.
No, all I'm saying is it's an operation that we need to manage, you know. It's not unprecedented. We have police, we have POPs, we have cars, we have barbed wires, we have everything. We would do it in endurance if we have to do it.
Yes, but you said it was a normal operation. The judge simply didn't hear you, didn't you?
Meaning exactly what I've explained now.
Yes.
Uthi bentela nditshoyo ngoku ngokuba besine barbed wire amacingo ahlabanayo into siyazi intoba sawulawula isimo apho.
And to the extent that it was a normal operation until the first shot was fired, the regulatory framework of SAPS would obviously then be able to deal with it.
And this is why I have said our plan was much in place to assist us to do so. Until it was disrupted.
Sasicwangciswe kakuhle kwaze kwaba le xesha apho ke ngoku kwaba kuphazamiseka ukuthile okwenzekayo.
Okay, I'll take that as a yes. When was the plan disrupted? Anyway.
At what point? You would know that when we pulled our barbed, when we pulled the barbed wire, there was, before we could even finish to put the barbed wire around the police, for us to be able to make our announcement, at the first point where we were going to pull, I think it's Nyala 4, there was a disruption. And even at the end, when we finished, these people that we're talking about, are they outside the fence or inside the fence?
Into ebendithetha ke ngoku ngela xesha ke ngoku isicwangciso senziwe kwaye kutsalwa ke ngoku ucingo oluluhlabayo njengoba ndisithi ke ngoku phambi boma lesini itsale icingo lesini kwaba kokuphazamiseka okuyo into okwenzekayo into endibuzayo abantu ke ngoku apha kucingo babengaphandle kulo kanye babengaphakathi na.
Were we given time to talk, to warn, to guide the protesters?
Sanikwa na ithuba lokuba sithethe silumkise kwaye sibabonisa indlela bona abaqhankqalazi.
No, please. Okay, let me start by this. What was the disruption before we even say when it happened?
I'm sure the plan will start talking about what we were going to do. All I'm saying is that part of what was going to happen was to allow the police to roll out their wire, to talk to the protesters, to say, now, come forward, put your arms down, walk away. That's what was going to happen there.
No.
Isicwangciso siyayichazekela nokuba kuthiwa babeza uxelela into yoba emva babukhuphe ucingo ke ngoku oluhlabayo amapolisa into yokuba izani bekani phantsi izixhobo zenu nihambe.
No. What was going to happen, or what should have happened in terms of the regulations, is that a warning should have been communicated to the people. As you know, even before the democratic order, even the apartheid police would say, you have 3 minutes. The fact that they didn't take 3 minutes before they moved in is another matter. But the communication of what is going to happen and so on would have happened. And your plan, which is a post-apartheid plan, obviously involved communication with the protesters, didn't it?
Were the police given that time?
Njengoba ke ngoku bantu bekufuneka amapolisa bekhuphe isilumkiso sabo njengaxesha lapartheid babesintsho basinika imizuzu emithathu bamphuma kule ndawo ngoku uthi yena ugeneral into yoba njengoba uyibeka kakuhle amapolisa balinikwe lo thuba into yoba bakwazi ukhupha isilumkiso na.
No, General, please, let's be serious. There's no, what time?
That's an appropriate comment.
Well,
I don't think she was being frivolous. Just carry on without making comments like that.
Okay. General, please help me. What time do you need to speak into a loud hailer and say whatever you want to say according to the plan?
Nifuna ixesha nganani into yoba nikwazi uthetha nge-house planner kwi-loud hailer nikwazi njengoba i-plan nisebenze ngokwale plan yenu.
Dali, I'm sorry, advocate.
Okay, Chairperson.
Uyaxolisa kuloo ndawo, General.
I'm sure
Chair,
when my commanders come here, they'll explain minute by minute. But what I want to say to you, we would argue that our opportunity to do that was usurped. The disruption usurped us that very time that you're talking about, that thing we wanted to do, and that thing we would have done had we not been disrupted. And when that operation is being discussed here, you will get very clear details of when we were going to do that and how that disruption came through. We would have really loved to do exactly what you are saying.
Impendulo ke yakaGeneral into yoba uba ngazange kubekho siphazamiso okanye ukuphazamisa kokhoyo ngesasiyenzile loo nto le kodwa ke lo thuba lokwafuneka silisebenzise zange silinike uba masenze ngolo hlobo.
All right, we will discuss this topic in...
Sorry, can I
Sorry,
ask a
Chairperson.
question? I think what Mr. Mpofu is trying to get you to do is to say what form the disruption took. What did the protesters do which amounted to a disruption? So can you answer that, please?
Umbuzo buza into yoba yintoni le yenziwa abaqhankqalazi esingathi yaba sisiphazamiso.
Judge, let me not contaminate this space because those who were there will actually talk about it. They've given me a report, I understand, to say what we had wanted to do, what Mr. Mpofu is mentioning, could not happen because of this disruption, and allow them to actually give you more detail.
Did they not tell you what form the disruption took?
As I'm saying, Judge, let me not contaminate that space.
Ndibantshile ke mandingathi ndingene kuyo loo ndawo leyo ngoba abo bebelapho bona bazawukwazi ngoba banike ingxelo bona ngokwabo into yokuba baphazamiseka bazawutsho bona.
If one looks at Exhibit L, the relevant slides appear to be 189 and 192, and then it looks as if we have to go on to look at 193 and following. Now, what 189 says is that after Mr. Matunjwa had left, have you got that? Sorry, I mustn't be, got that? At 15:35, after Mr. Matunjwa left, having, sorry, slide 189, you got that? Yeah. When Mr. Matunjwa left, some of the media, second bullet, some of the media reported to Captain Adrao that they sensed a change in the protesters' mood and were withdrawing out of fear for their own safety. They also reported to him they saw a protester in the group concealing a firearm in a blanket. The media retreated to a neutral area behind the police lines. So the protesters haven't done anything except the media have seen a change in their mood. Next bullet. At this point, all negotiations and discussions stopped. This information was given to Brigadier Carlitz. Then, the next over the page, we see 192, slide 192. At 15:40, that's to say 5 minutes later, Brigadier Carlitz gave a command to Colonel Makubeli to start with the deployment of the barbed wire. When the first Nyala started to deploy the barbed wire, one of the representatives came to the front window of the negotiation Nyala and made a statement. Now, the point appears to be, if I'm understanding Mr. Mpofu, that the protesters didn't do anything apart from evidencing a change of mood, whatever that means. In other words, the body language changed. The protesters didn't do anything until after the wire was deployed. And his point is going to be, because he put it to other people, his point is going to be that the disruption took the form of deploying the wire, which caused the change, which caused the protesters to do something, and that's why he disputes that there was a disruption by the protesters. Am I putting your case correctly, Mr. Mpofu?
More than correctly, Chairperson.
How can it be more than correct?
Anyway,
that's his point. So I've tried to explain to you, which perhaps I shouldn't have done, but I've tried to explain to you where he's coming from. Perhaps he can take over and ask the next question. If I've cleared the ground for you properly.
You have, Chairperson. I'll just add one detail. If you go to slide 139.
Slide 139.
It says, the northern, I'm sorry, I'm reading in the block comments, on comments, Chairperson. The third bullet said, the northern Nyala is to angle slightly towards the west to assist in protecting a possible advance towards the informal settlement. So that was foreseen. Not only did it happen that when the wire is pulled, the people would move towards the informal settlement. It was actually foreseen. So how could that be a disruption? When it's part of the plan.
I would still stick by what I said, Judge, to say, let me not contaminate the space. People who pull the nyalas and the what, my understanding, which remains firm based on the information that I've been given, is that there's a disruption. I'm sure they will talk to all these notes and other things. They were there on the ground.
Mr. Wolf, it seems as if the points I put to Mr. Malindi apply here as well. The best the witness can do is tell us what her understanding was, which was based on hearsay. And we're not going to get any further by analysing her understanding. The sensible thing to do is to wait till her informants come and deal fully with them, I would think. But that would dictate to you what to do, but that seems the sensible way forward.
Yes, no, that I accept. And in fact, I'm going to move on to something else, except to say that when Mr. Bezos was asking you questions, more than 5 times, your answer was that, yes, you're right, but the plan was disrupted. So what you're saying now is that you don't know what that disruption was. That's all I want to establish.
Njengoba ubuza imibuzo kakhona bubuza ngusenior counsel Bezos busithi ke uko weke ngoisicwangciso sisaphazanyiswa ku ngamanye amazwi ufuna ukuthi na awuyazi ndoba isicwangciso saphazamisa ngendlela enjani na.
What you're asking me are nitty-gritties of which Nyala was put and all that. I wasn't there, and I'm saying those people should talk to the statements that are here. But that the plan was disrupted is a fact I stand by.
Abanye ke bazawuphendula into ba iplan yaphazamise kanjani na abo bebelapho kodwa ke nisamikela ndithetha into kuba isicwangciso ezikwaba kokuphazamiseka kwaso apho.
Okay, thank you, General. That will be for argument. I just want to start a topic which I'm sure I won't be able to finish. But I want to preface it by saying that the topics that I'm going to deal with, particularly because of this referring to the generals and so on, I'm going to deal with you mainly with the topics that involve you and your personal responsibility. And the topic that I want to deal with now is the tampering report, which you commissioned.
Ke ngokinto benza uthetha ngazo ngoku njoba kwezinye bubhekisa kwabanye general sizinto ke ngokuzibandakanya wena ingakumbi ke ngokule tempering report le oye wena wayitshikitya wayicommissiona ngokwakho.
And maybe usually I'll do this at the end. Usually I'll do this at the end of the discussion, but I'll do it up front just for good measure. Where I'm going with this is to say that that investigation, the report that you have presented is not worth the paper it's written on, and that you are just going through the motions with that investigation. And I suppose I won't ask you to comment because I have to lay the basis.
No, I have to comment.
Okay, if you insist.
It's, advocate, that's your judgment, and you're entitled to it.
Okay.
But I made efforts to explain that, and I've given reports to this commission.
And izenzile inzame zokuba lonto ndichaze kwaye ndiye ndayitsho nakule commission lonto leyo.
Are you satisfied with the report? Is the matter now closed? Sorry, there's two
wanelisekile
questions.
ingxelo na ngoku le meko sigqibile kugqityiwe ngayo na?
Yes, I am.
Ewe, ndiyenzile loo nto.
Explain this to me. Do you know how this issue of the planting of weapons, how it started?
Uyazi ba lo mba
The
wokuba
commission.
kuyobekwa izixhobo uqale njani na?
I have a
does that
report
mean?
that details all those things.
What does that
Pufo,
mean?
I think it's a little bit misleading to use the word planting as if that's an accepted fact.
Okay.
We've read the report, we understand the explanation. Whether it's satisfactory will be the subject of argument. Whether some of these facts should have been disclosed to the evidence leaders earlier will be a matter for argument. But I'm not sure that you can state as a fact that weapons were planted. So I think you should
Okay, as an
rephrase the
allegation.
question in a
I'll put it as an
more
allegation.
tentative fashion. Yes, yes.
Yes.
Isento ethethekayo ngoba kabikho nto ebubungqine ebonisayo xa kusetyenziswe igama lokuba kwaye utyalo okanye kuyobekwa izixhobo kuloo ndawo yesehlo.
Yes, particularly because the allegation was originally made by me. So,
Ingakumbi ke ndim ke obesenza isimangalo esilolo hlobo.
During the cross-examination of Captain Muhlaki, I put to him that certain weapons which showed at a particular point did not show at another point, and that the second point was darker than the other point, and so on. I'm just giving you background. And then in re-examination, Mr. Madlanga produced pictures which basically confirmed what I had put to the captain. And in the afternoon, during Mr. Madlanga's dealing with the matter in the afternoon, Mr. Semenya then revealed that you had instituted an investigation. Just giving you that background. Can you accept that?
Uyamkela nento leyo njengoba ndichazela into yoba njengoba kubuzwa imibuzo ke nguCaptain uMuhlake into yoba nemifanekiso yazanayo khopho ukaye ingafani khona nehlobo lezixhobo zazilapho kwaye watsho nayo senior counsel Semenya into yoba kukho uphando othiwe namalenziwe ngaloo nto leyo uyayamkela ke ngokuleyo.
I'm not quite sure of who you were examining, but I know that when we did that, it was when Buota was giving testimony.
Andiqondi ke ngubani lo wayebuzwa imibuzo ngelo xesha kodwa ke into endikhumbula into yoba ngeli xesha kwakusenzelwe uxwebhu kwakungeli xesha wayenika ubungqina bakhe uBhota.
Yes.
Ewe.
Okay, let me.
I suggest you round off this point before we take the adjournment.
Yes, Chairperson, I'll round off the aspect of the point, because the point is
you return to it on the morrow when this aspect has been
yeah,
rounded off.
When it's been rounded off. Thank you, Chairperson. One of the criticisms which we will discuss tomorrow about the report, and that's why I was giving you this background, is that the tampering issue had arisen in relation to the alleged planting of weapons on dead bodies. Do you understand that?
Into egxekwayo ke ungale ngxelo kwingomba lo wokubekwa kwezixhobo ezithile kuyimizimba edunduluze apho yabantu abaswelekileyo uyayiqonda loo nto leyo?
Maybe I don't understand your question, because I would tell you what made me to request the investigation. It was because I was seeing two sets of pictures
Into ke ngondenza
of
into
the
ba
LCRC and our ones.
Ngoba ndabona ihlobo lemifanekiso sasilapho nengxelo yeCRC nezethu.
And I would also say those pictures of the LCRC were not with us. They were the pictures that were commissioned by the evidence leaders. So I wanted to understand where the disparity was coming from.
Ndandifuna ukwazi umahluko ngoba ezi LCRC yayingasizi zethu yayizeze evidence leaders. Ndandifuna ukwazi uphi ke ngokumahluko kwezi zinto.
General, I am not quibbling with whatever happened when you saw pictures during Bota's testimony and so on. I'm saying here in this commission, on the 5th of November, I think it was, when Captain Muhlaki was giving evidence, that discussion was about the alleged planting of bodies on, or rather of weapons on dead bodies. And we were assured by your counsel that that matter was being investigated by you.
Okay.
Whether it was the only thing investigated is irrelevant, but that matter which concerned us here was being investigated by you. Do you understand that?
into sayiqinisekiswayo ke ngoku ngummeli wenu into yokuba le nto wawuyiphanda yile kwakuthetheka into yokubana kwabakho izixhobo ezibekwa ecaleni kwabantu ababeswelekile.
I understand that.
Ndiyavuva ndiyayiqonda loo nto.
Now, one of the things we'll explore tomorrow is the fact that the report that you have presented here gives an explanation which is unacceptable for other reasons, but it deals with the weapons that were allegedly removed from injured persons. And I just want to leave you with that thought to say that a report that deals with the subject matter of the issue that was raised here by me, and Mr. Madlanga, and other people is not, if you say this is the final report, well, then that matter has not been investigated.
Into ayithetha into yokubana ke ngoku le ngxelo leyo ayamkeleki ngokuba ayithethi ngale miba bathi bayiphawula yena uCouncil of National Council uMadlanga ngoba ayithethi ngale miba bona befuntela ithetha ngezixhobo ezathathwa kubantu ababengxelerhekile.
I note what you're saying and I will wait for tomorrow.
Ndinika ingqwalasela nto ithetha kodwa ndizawulindela imini yangomso.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Right. It's appropriate for us now to take the adjournment. The Commission will adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow. We will sit until 12:30 because there are a number of people who have to leave at 12:30 to catch various aeroplanes. But so 9:30 tomorrow until 12:30.
Kuthiwa ngomso siyawuqala ngecala emva kwentsimbi yethoba sigqibe ngo 12:30 ngoba baninzi ke abantu akufuneke bahambe ngeenqwelo moya.